Council will go ahead and call the meeting to order. For the record, it is May 23rd, 2023 at 4:32 PM. We'll begin this afternoon's work session with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilwoman Streeter.
Here.
Councilman Overton.
Here.
Councilwoman Perot.
Here.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Here.
Councilman Borton.
Here.
Councilman Hoagland.
Here.
Mayor Simmons.
Here. Next item is the adoption of the agenda. Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland.
We do want to add we have an executive session on our agenda already in place, but we also want to add an executive session under 74-2061I from Idaho Code for executive session as well. And that will be the first item that we'll discuss during executive session. So with that, Mr. Mayor, that addition, I move that we approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as amended. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted as amended. Next up is the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I move that we approve the consent agenda as published and for the mayor to sign and clerk to attest.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the consent agenda is agreed to. And thank you for Mr. Ballard for being here for your consent agenda item. We much appreciate it. There were no items moved from the consent agenda, so we will go into department commission reports. First item up was item 25, which is the Employee Health Benefits Trust update. I will turn this over to Mr. Neri.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Thanks for the opportunity to present an update on our health plan trust and kind of our progress we've made over the last few years. With me today, I'm presenting as the trust chair, but the people who really know what we're doing are in the back. As usual, we have other members who are trustees. Arrows, right, Chris? There we go. So our other trustees on our group, myself, Alex Freitag from Public Works, Christina Barney from HR, who unfortunately couldn't be here today, Eli Daniel from IT, and Justin Northway from the police. Eric Strolberg was one of our original trustees. He retired a few months ago. So Justin's been being a part of our benefits committee and coming to our trust meetings for a number of years. So it's an easy, simple transition to Justin taking on Eric's position as a trustee. We also work through other partners. We have the City Benefits Committee that has members of HR, including Reva White, who's also in the room and probably can answer some particular specific questions you may have if you do on some of the trust workings. We have members of the Finance Department. We have, again, Alex from Public Works. We have Matt Ferronato and Justin from MPD. We have Eli from from IT, Renee White from Parks, Vince Coons from the Mayor's Office, and myself. We also work through partners. We have, as you see on the slide, we have from the Gallagher firm, we have Cindy Teely and Scott Howell and Tasha Norman, and I think Cindy and Scott are here today. They've been great partners for the city. They've helped us tremendously in getting this trust off the ground and getting this approved to the Department of Insurance and maintaining the integrity of the trust, maintaining the necessity and the needs that we're trying to provide to our employees. We also work with Blue Cross of Idaho. We have personnel that we work with directly that come to both our benefits committee meetings as well as our trust meetings monthly. Delta Dental, we have our contacts with them, and VSP. So it is a very large group effort to maintain this trust, and it has been working quite well. We're very pleased with it and are happy to be able to bring this to you today. So a little bit of timeline for both Councilman Overton wasn't here when we started this particular side of it, and also for the public's perspective. So we launched in January of 2020. Now, there was a lot of work and lift beforehand, and I will give the credit to both Renee, Reba and Christina from HR, because the working through the Department of Insurance doesn't have a lot of public sector trust like this. They deal with a lot of trusts. Most of them are not public entities. They usually are private trusts that may support a public group, but they may not necessarily be a public entity as the backing of it. So it's a little different lift for them and a little bit cautious lift for them because there isn't a lot of them in the state. And so there was a lot of work and a lot of misunderstanding and lack of clarity sometimes. And Christina and Reba certainly did a lot, and I'll especially give credit to Christina and really trying to manage that, to get it off the ground, to get it started, to get it funded properly, to get it approved properly, to get the comfort level at the Department of Insurance that a public entity with trustees made up of employees with the support of the entity, the municipality, could provide this type of trust arrangement for its employees without us working through a separate company or separate entity to manage it. So again, we work with the Department of Self-Insurance for the self-funding. So January of 2020, we launched for the medical, and then in 2021, we added dental and vision. So we use a broker and consultants. We have legal counsel. We have our broker. We have consultants. We have our legal counsel, Kevin West. We have an accountant. We have an auditor. We also, so we have to do actuarials. We have actuarials where we work with to help us make sure we set the rates properly, have the right funding sources properly, have the right reserves in place to fund this program and maintain it. And for the public, as well as the council members and mayor may not recall, our basis for doing this was to try to realize savings. And those savings, instead of becoming profits for a third party, would be profits that could be retained by the trust and the city. And those retained earnings could be used towards advancing the program further, providing greater opportunities or programs for employees. And so we have short-term and long-term goals. But I will say the lesson learned, do not start a trust before a worldwide pandemic. If that's an opportunity you can avoid, I would suggest you avoid that. That was a huge lesson learned for everyone. And to then begin a partially self-funded health trust in the middle of a pandemic, when some things were free, some things we paid for, we didn't know what we were paying for, we didn't know what was free. It was a very, very challenging time to begin a program like this. In hindsight, I wish we started in 2019 or 2018, and we may have been weathered through, but we weathered through, and we were able, with the support of the city council, we were able to carry through, maintain the trust, maintain the confidence of the Department of Insurance, and maintain the integrity of that. So we are continuing, again, we're continuing to implement and identify plan designs, help reduce claims costs, find better ways for employees to both have better health options and make better health choices. There are a lot of options out there. And my word to everyone that I tell when they ask, like, what's a good way to know how to save money? If you listen to a commercial and they offer you medicine and offer to help you finance it, it's super expensive. So just be aware, those kind of things are where we're trying to give better information to our customers, our employees, to make good choices, to be able to find that. Our goal always is people get the health benefit you need, get the health care you need to take care of you or your dependents. That is the number one objective. We want to make sure people do not shortchange themselves for lots of reasons. One, that's not the right thing to do. Secondarily, when people do that, it generally leads to worse things. And they have worse outcomes because they delayed maintenance things. They delayed maintenance medications for cost or convenience or something else. So we're trying to find ways to make sure people are educated and have opportunity and convenience to access healthcare in a way that's best for them. 2020, Department of Insurance required the trust have $1.3 million in surplus fund for medical coverage. In 2021, the currently department requires the trust to have 1.8 million. So the intention of that surplus is to make sure that if for some reason the city opted to just completely stop paying claims or stop having the trust, I apologize, stop having the trust and go back to a different program like we previously had, we have enough funding left in the trust to pay any existing claims that might exist from that point. So think of it, if you stopped at the end of 2023 and said, no more trust, we're going to go back to a different format, every claim that existed has to get paid out till it's complete. So that's part of the reason for reserves. Talk a little bit about some of the ups and downs we've had. So we ended up 2020 year with a deficit of 90,000. Again, part of it was the pandemic. Part of it was there was a funding issue that we had to remain compliant. And this was really excess funds that they have. So not funds to provide. It's another method of cushion that the Department of Insurance wants to have. So that was one of the funding sources we had to add back in, and we came back to the council and asked for that assistance. We also approved the addition of telehealth, which is actually a very valuable, less expensive option and more convenient option for people. And so that was another thing we did to try to bring down some costs. We have we also added the diabetes for diabetic members on the plan. There's a no copay option so that they have some savings to, again, access the healthcare before diabetes can be a serious health condition that can lead to much worse health conditions. And if we can catch that early and get people to be mindful of that early, it'll be less costly for them later, less costly for the plan. So 2021 year ended also with a deficit of 445. That sounds like a big number, and we'll talk a little bit through it. We added the self-funding portion for dental and vision that year. We still had an ongoing pandemic, so we were dealing with some of the issues that were still existing at that time with testing and the availability and the opportunities for vaccines and all of that. Again, we had some high claims years, so certain types of conditions can be very expensive. And even as the best actuarials will be able to tell you based on the number of people and the demographics of your work group, you should experience this type of large scale claim. When they exceed that, that's where you are going to be pushing against that, any surplus that you might have. So that particular year, we had 3 premature babies. NICU babies can be expensive. Those are things we can only plan for so many, but we can't always gauge how many we're going to actually have. So we had that. We had some high cost medications. We had a person with, I think it was dependent, no, maybe a member that had cancer. Those are expensive. And those are just part of the process of dealing with a health trust for anybody, whether it was us doing it partially or a fully funded plan like a Blue Cross. There are going to be anomalies like that you're going to have to deal with. So the city was able to help fund us the $185,000 to remain in compliance with the DOI. And then the board of trustees approved addition of additional choice stocks and cost advisor. These are all, again, tools to help employees make good consumer choices. And I'll give you an example of what we're talking about. There are certain types of procedures or tests that you may not have a particular concern over who you see. Now, many people have their own personal physician that they see for annual exams, annual checkups, every type of thing, whether it's a family physician, long-term relationship, whatever that is. We're not asking people to change that. That's not what we're talking about. Often you get referred to a person for whether it's therapy of some sort, or it's MRI, or some other test procedure. Well, you may not have any particular concern over who that is, as long as they're competent and qualified. You're going to get an MRI. If you're informed that there's an opportunity for you to go to an MRI at one location versus another, that you may have zero copay at this one and a $50 copay at the other one, many would say, I'll just go where it's zero because it's easy, or it's closer to my house, or it's not that important to me. That may also save the plan money because the plan has to pay a portion of it. So if they can find a valid consumer choice that works for them, that could be cost effective. That's not only cost effective for the employee, but it's cost effective for the plan. So it's trying to provide, again, information for people to be able to make good choices about their health and health choices, but also be thoughtful of the cost and how much it impacts them and how much it comes out of their pocket. So those are the kind of things we're trying to help people understand better. We're trying to make employees understand, and we try to do it from onboarding as new employees, as well as annual reviews with when we sign up for our annual check on our plan year for next year on our benefits, is to remind folks about all of these different choices that exist, because it's hard to remember them all. HR is great at being open and ability to have that conversation with employees throughout the year when the questions come up of something came up I just learned about, how do I deal with it? We can help them deal with it. So it really is a very good, employee-owned plan is how we try to get people to understand how to think of this. This is a benefit to you too, because savings can go towards additional programs or lowering costs or keeping the increases down to a manageable level for everybody. So that's the goal. You got employees managing a trust with some professional assistance to help keep both the plan in an affordable range, the opportunities and programs in an affordable range, and as a variety as much as we can, as well as looking at long-term objectives. So 2022, we ended with a surplus. So we have a surplus at the end of 22. So approximately 191,000 additional costs associated with COVID. So again, we've still had COVID in 2022 to deal with, and some run out of that. The city was able to fund the addition needed from Department of Insurance to make sure we stayed within their boundaries and parameters. We completed a dependent audit, and this was really to make sure that people had been current on who was a dependent that could be on the plan. Sometimes people tend to forget of compliance and making sure we did that. So we did that check to make sure everybody had the right people on the plan that belonged on the plan. So we weren't funding it for people that technically shouldn't have been on there and simply had gotten neglected to be removed. We removed this addition of the coupon maximizer and a mail and order prescription copay. Again, another great opportunity for people to use a different method. Some people don't want to go to the pharmacy if they don't have to. If they can get it by mail and it's cheaper, then it's cheaper for them, it's cheaper for the plan. So there are other opportunities for people, especially ones that are on long-term maintenance medications, to simply get them through the mail rather than going to the pharmacy. And there can be a significant savings to them in the plan to do that. So 2023 year to date, we have a gain some. We don't have a final update. We're waiting for our first quarter audit, but we think we're doing well. I mean, the idea, again, is to realize some savings that can be then reused and reinvested into the plan for the benefit of both the trust and the employees. So here's a quick bar chart on contributions paid versus claims paid. So you can see basically on this chart what's been paid out in claims versus what's been paid out in the premiums to get a better sense of, so the contributions paid are the top line there, and then the bottom line is the contributions claims paid. So we always want the top line to be longer than the bottom one. So that ideally is where the realized savings to the plan can be for future uses. So you can see year over year how we were doing so far pretty good. So we've had some fairly small increases in relation to other areas locally. You know, we have a 1.2 in 20, 6.5 in 21, 6.8 in 22, 7.5 in 23, and we don't quite have we anticipated 2.1. I think that's a very hopeful thought. We anticipate it's going to be higher. We don't anticipate it's going to be significantly higher. I couldn't give you a number today. We're still working. May is the magic month for these numbers. That's the time period that the actuarial and the people like Blue Cross can use enough data to determine, projecting out a year from now, how much the cost of a plan is going to be. So again, this 2.1 was merely a way to memorialize some number that seemed realistic to start. Probably not the number we're going to land on at the end, but we're still waiting for the final numbers from Blue Cross, final certification of that, and all the rest of the work that goes into finalizing that. So we will have that obviously by the budget time as we're proposing that, but we are very encouraged by that, because you can see around the valley, and if you want us to bring back some comparison around the valley, what they're seeing, the numbers are much higher than that. And a lot of it is because of the education our employees have on maintaining their health, maintaining their maintenance medications, maintaining their annual checkups, maintaining the things that make it affordable for the plan today and make it reasonable for the employees today, and keeping the costs at a reasonable cost to make sure the plan is sustainable. You know, our long-term, I thought about having a slide. I mean, our long-term goal, when we have surveyed employees, has been an objective of having at some point in time a post-employment health program of some sort, some way to assist employees as they reach that retirement age, that rule of 90 or rule of 80 for our police officers, to have some way to have affordable health care, because healthcare is the one area out there that we just have seen grow significantly over the last 20 years. And I don't anticipate the prices going down. I don't anticipate the cost of that diminishing. But if you can provide some way for employees to find a pathway, it gives them choices. It gives them opportunities to maybe pick another path and then have an affordable one. And my goal has always been, since I've been here, was to find a way to do that so that employees can choose. I mean, I don't want anybody to retire because they feel like they have to. I want employees to retire because they want to, because they feel like it's a good opportunity for them in their life. They're at an age that they can still enjoy it and not having to continue working because they can't afford to do anything else. And a post-employment health program has always been our #1 objective to try to get to. To be honest, I don't think we're far away from being able to bring something realistic to a conversation to say, we could do this and here's what it may cost and here's how we could help fund it. So I don't think we're far away. The short-term goals are the things that we talked about that we've done. The coupon maximizer and the cost savings and cost savers, and all these different programs to provide employees different alternative means to get care and assistance in ways that could be more convenient to them, could be more affordable to them, could be more usable for them. So we're going to continue to do that. We want to keep the plan as viable and usable for people. You know, as all of you know in your roles, having a good, healthy benefits plan is a great retention tool and it's a great attraction tool. And having both of those on the table, you know, we're never going to be the greatest of whatever that is out there, but we definitely don't want to be the worst that's out there. And we definitely want to be closer to the top, or at least closer to the above the middle than towards the bottom. It will help us recruit. It'll help us retain. That is a good thing overall for everybody, and it's good for the employees. So I don't have any other part of our presentation. If you have questions, if you have some technical questions, certainly the smarter people are sitting in the back and they can answer that for you. But I could probably answer a few.
Thank you, Mr. Neri. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Bill, exceptional presentation. I appreciate the historical perspective, the employee involvement, and most specifically your piece about this being a recruitment tool. I think this are benefits. I can speak as both a council member and a former employee that the benefits are a huge benefit to new and existing employees. So with that said, maybe a challenge or a charge to the committee is, now that we are moving out of the pandemic, I would really like to see this committee take on what post-retirement healthcare could be for our existing employees. And maybe it's for employees that have been with us for a certain amount of years. Certainly, this is a benefit we extend to our local fire, but it's not lost on me, particularly for our law enforcement officers, that they have the opportunity to retire at a little bit of a younger age. And, you know, certainly we know that all of our employees love working for the city and they enjoy the service to the community. But providing them that flexibility of knowing that their healthcare could be provided for them post employment with the city is something I think that we need to start looking at. So I would really encourage you and the trust committee to start exploring what those options are. Maybe not, certainly not for this year's budget, but potentially maybe for next year or the subsequent year, that it's an option for the council to take on and discuss.
Councilman Cavanagh, I appreciate those words very much. We're more than starting. This is a standing item on our trust meeting every month. This is a standing item with Gallagher that we're working with. We actually have a presentation coming forward. I can't remember what it was, next month or the month after. So we are definitely, it is in the forefront. And I tell you, and I tell everybody that brings up that question, that is my #1 goal.
Terrific.
I want to have that. I hate to make platitudes. I want that to be at least maybe not the last thing I do here, but one of the last things I do here. I don't want to leave here without a plan for people, because I want people to have that opportunity and that choice, because I agree with you completely.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Thank you. Thanks, Bill. Appreciate the presentation. I think it would be really compelling, instead of, obviously we're kind of competing against ourselves, right? And we're trying to get those surpluses as opposed to deficits. But I do think it would be very compelling to try to show our rate increases versus the rest of the market. in terms of comparable kind of analysis, because I think that is the benchmark of how we're doing. So we're competing against ourselves. We're trying to do the best that we can, but I think it's also showing how much are we saving compared to if we had not done this self-funded trust, right? And I think that's the argument that our taxpayers would want to see too. So I would appreciate some follow-up.
Well, I could answer, I guess, Councilmember Schrader, I can answer part of that question.
Sure.
If the question being asked by the public is, how much have you saved versus if you'd have just remained in a fully funded program? Well, every dollar that is saved was kept as profit by Blue Cross. So every dollar we retained, we would have had none of that. So but I can give you a comparison of numbers of what our increases have been versus the valley or local markets. I think we can probably get that, but that really is the difference. The retention cost of what we have, and we have on the plus side and remain on the plus side. And one of the things we look at monthly is we look at usage, because that's the key, right? We fully fund 100%. If you think of it, the easiest way for me to explain to a member of the public is we fully funded 100% and we only use 90, we've realized 10% of that is as remaining that can be used for the future. So but if you go to 110, you've paid out 10% more than you've collected. So that's kind of the number you're sort of talking about, is how much of that versus that, right?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Thank you. Yeah, because I think where it may confuse people if they were watching this presentation is they're taking a look at the surpluses versus deficits of what your regulator is requiring you to keep in reserves for unpaid claims. And that's not actually the barometer of how successful the program is, because the contributions are almost, have every year have, in terms of what people are paying and their rates, have exceeded how much we paid in claims, right? So in effect, like, there is a huge savings that is not, I think, easy for people to conceptualize. Even when you add in the possibility of unpaid claims, I think there's probably still a huge net positive to the city. So I guess if there's a better way to show that data, whether it's through just showing, here's how much we think we've saved by just self-funding, or if it's just saying, here are our rates compared to what we think would have happened, if we look at another city, however you want to show it. But
Yeah, I think we can get data like that. I think we are able to capture that. I'll talk to the smarter people behind me, but I'm pretty sure we can capture that.
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't, kill anybody working late nights on it.
No.
But if it's at our fingertips and we could show people, I think that that's very compelling information.
I think we can show something at least close to that type of metric.
Yeah, and I'll second the comment also about the post-retirement. I'm interested to explore it and at least have a conversation. I need to understand that better. It's not a topic that I'm super well versed on. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pro.
Thank you. I appreciate the questions by my fellow council members. They were on my list, so thank you for asking those. I wanted to get a little more understanding about the high cost claims. And you had mentioned that this was higher than the actuaries had estimated. 5 high cost claims out of as many employees as we have in this plan doesn't seem high to me. So I want to understand more about how that decision is made in terms of preparing for those possible situations. And is there any other types of insurances that have been considered to help offset some of that, where those premiums might be less than actually paying out the high cost claims? So there's insurance specifically for cancer, there's insurance specifically for, there's prescription plans. Is there anything like that that's been looked at that actually can tell us whether that cost would be less? And I realize that's a premium for every single employee. Is that less than the cost of us funding these larger claims?
I'll ask our partners with Gallagher.
Bill, can you speak into?
Oh, I apologize. Maybe I'll ask our partners with Gallagher if they can help answer that a little bit on how we got to that. Because again, the actuarial is a person that basically helps us manage that claim.
Mhm.
But this is Scott Howell with Gallagher.
So I think the number of high cost claimants wasn't necessarily more than we would predict. The the dollar value of those high cost claims was higher than we would expect. The trust does purchase stop loss insurance so that the trust isn't responsible for any claim that exceeds $225,000 in a year. And so that covers regardless of what condition we're looking at. It's that dollar value that there is protection so that we're not exposed to $1 million claim.
Mr. Mayor, a follow-up.
Councilwoman Pearl.
Thank you. I appreciate that's helpful. Do you believe that the cost of those claims in total were higher because of increases in medical costs because of COVID? Is there a relationship there, or did it have to do with the actual, event that happened, the premature birth? Is it more related to that than it is actually to the increase in costs in the health industry?
Yeah, we had some overall cost increases, not on those 5 in particular that Bill brought up, that were COVID related and just kind of related to overall increases in healthcare costs. Those 5 were pretty specific to the event. So a really sick premature baby that
And I would add, I mean, I think we're seeing a significant increase in the cost of pharmaceuticals over the last 5 years. And I think everybody here can understand that. And like I said, I have never seen, and maybe it's just the TV shows I watch, and I've never seen quite so many pharmaceutical commercials as I have in the last 5 years. And every one of those ones, when we see them on our list, we know they're just expensive. And I, as the chair of the trust, I don't want any employee to make a choice based on just money. They need to get the right health care. But that particular pharmaceutical may not be the only one that can provide that same care. They just don't know it. They just know what they saw on TV or read in an ad or what a doctor just told them. But if we can give them the tools and the information to ask the right questions, to consider alternatives, that's kind of our objective, is to just give people information and opportunity and the knowledge of what to know to ask, and not just assume that commercial must be right because those people look healthy. So I should take that. That's not a good way to make a choice.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Overton.
Ms. Neri, thank you for your presentation. I echo a lot of what Councilman Cavanagh said as a former city employee. All I remember was the benefits committee at that time, and we had that up and running. And the tremendous work that committee did before this project came forward, and now you have this trustee committee. I know losing people like Eric Strolberg to retirement is hard when you've probably had somebody in that position for a long time. Getting someone like Justin Northway to take his place, you've got a very solid person to fit right in and run. And I hope there's succession plans with all of the positions in case of retirements or something else that happens. Probably my favorite thing about what you're doing now and what you're looking at in the future is we're not just trying to save the city money. We're doing that, but we're also looking out for what's best for our employees, which is a win-win every way you look at it. And I've always been hopeful of a future post-retirement insurance program. And I look forward to seeing that in the future come forward and how that looks and where we can go.
Thank you, Councilman Overton. I'd echo that too. I mean, again, our objective is not, certainly if we can save the plan money, that's a plus to everyone. But I also want to save the employee money, because that saves them out of pocket, their costs to their deductibles, their costs to their bottom line. And so that's our objective. It's not just to save the plan, but to save the employee as well. So I appreciate your words, and I appreciate the thoughts behind it, because I know you understand exactly what we're trying to do, and we're hopefully get there sooner than later. All right. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Next item is up 26, which is a community development proposed amendment to Meridian City Code, sections 823, 827E, 828, and 8211A2 regarding address and variance findings. Mr. Freckleton. Oh. Hello.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Mercedes Amador. I am the former address technician, And this is Kelly Johnston, the current address technician for the city. First, I would kind of like to give you guys a brief overview of what an address technician does for the city. We provide addresses to all developments within the city, ensuring that emergency services can efficiently locate the location of the emergency at hand. We ensure that buildings are addressed off the primary access road and that suites are laid out in a way that they're easily located. We also ensure that signage on multifamily buildings and commercial multi-tenant buildings are consistent throughout the city for emergency service personnel. At this time, I would like to present our proposed ordinance changes or amendment, I should say. I believe you have a copy of the proposed amendments before you in your agenda. The affected sections of code are as follows. Section 823 is to add the definition of the term suite. The reason for this is in order to provide consistency in the addressing of suite numbers for multi-tenant buildings. The term suite needs to be clearly defined in our ordinance. Do you have any questions on that specific section? The next section is 827E in regards to street numbers and their addressing. In this section, we changed the verbiage in order to keep consistency throughout the rest of the chapter. Any questions on this section? Thank you. On section 828 regarding street names, signs, and posting of the address numbers, the main change here was for alley loaded houses so that emergency personnel can locate the house from the alley and from the front of the house, just so that they can find it a lot quicker. Any questions on that one? Okay. Section 8211A2 in regards to the variance findings, replacing conflicting ordinances and providing an effective date. This was changed to keep consistency between all variances in our code sections. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have, but that is.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
regard to the variances, so the numbers that you're giving the code sections, but on the document that was provided to us on the agenda, it's under section 4.2A. A few times we've heard a request for a variance that was based on the results of actions taken by a previous owner, not the current owner. So do you feel there's a need to clarify that?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to defer this one to Kurt or Emily if they're online from our legal team. Sorry, in person.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman. So the question is whether the ordinance should accommodate a prior owner's actions, or maybe I don't understand the question.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
So there's some changes to the list of requirements for a variance to be considered. And B is struck out. I'm specifically referencing A under 2A, where it says the need for the requested variance is not the result of actions of the property owner or person, firm, or corporation representing the property owner, where you stuck out self-created. Okay. Would it not be advisable to add previous property owner in addition to current property owner?
Mr.
So if we have someone that comes and says, hey, please grant me a variance because of something that was done by a prior property owner and I had no control over it. And so therefore I should, I should have the opportunity to to apply for one.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Pro, that does make sense. And we can absolutely do that.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Morton.
the variances, I love this topic. It's the same issue every time that we struggle with, and Jessica hit on the topic that comes up. I'm not sure how to address it with additional language, but 9 times out of 10, the request that we deal with for a variance is based on the design of the developer and their application. And because they've elected to create a design in a certain way, that it necessitates a variance for that particular design to go forward. And we then say, you sort of created it, right? Whether it's a setback issue or whatnot, that there really isn't a need for a variance other than to accommodate what you've created. So are we looking, and maybe Emily or planning has a comment on that. In that scenario where the request for a variance is solely based upon the design of the application, should that be summarily denied by us? And is our staff telling them, if you design it such a way that a variance is required, you can't clear that hurdle? I'm just curious their reaction to that.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Borton. So I'm struggling to imagine a scenario where that would come up, in part because this is, of course, just for addressing.
Oh,
I see your point, so certainly we could incorporate that.
I apologize, Mayor. I'm bringing up a variance topic that isn't part of this particular code.
Oh,
Because I just wanted to test and make sure that Emily was going to catch my comment.
Oh.
No.
Mr. Neri.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Councilman Borton, I think my experience has been that all of these requests are usually some after the fact change. So not an initial development of a subdivision, because that design issue would probably have come up during the development process, right? The addressing folks are participants in that, and they will probably raise that issue up front of where that may be problematic, and we can address that through the development process. This is really a situation where somebody is reorienting the house or
Got it.
reorienting the garage, and that's usually been the experience, or the circumstance where the street, we had this happen in Bear Creek a number of years ago, where they then built an adjacent subdivision with a connecting street. And they wanted to give, instead of it being Grizzly Way or whatever, they wanted to be some Italian bear name. So
Yeah.
they wanted to change it. So they wanted to change the whole street. So it's usually an after the fact. So it doesn't come up in the context you're talking about. I haven't seen that.
I'm on the wrong variance. I heard the word and I got all fired up. So noted. I apologize.
Councilman Pro.
No, that's my fault, Councilman Borton, because I was not of the understanding that this was in a much more narrow context, because we just we basically received the document with the strikeouts, and there really wasn't a whole lot of other context added into the agenda. So that's my fault. I didn't mean to lead everybody astray.
Mr. Mayor, just to close the loop on Bear
Councilman
Creek,
Hoagland.
was that Coleani Way that they wanted to name it? So, okay.
One could hope.
Council, any other questions or direction? Councilman Overton.
Not a concern, but a thank you for the change to 828 when it concerns alley loaded. That will be a blessing for our first responders. So I appreciate that.
Of course, thank you.
Next steps.
I believe our next steps would be to schedule this to be approved.
Okay, so we had a minor modification, bring this back at the next opportunity. Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Next item on the list is item 27 was the Parks and Recreation Department Pathways Map Update. Welcome back, Kim.
Thank you, Mayor Simison. Members of the council, I appreciate being here tonight to present an update to our Pathways map. Going to wait on the presentation. Thanks, Chris. So this is something we do periodically, these map updates. For a little bit of context, I will just update you on our methodology, kind of how we do this. I know some of you are new. And then I'll present some information to you that you can take with you, think about for a while, and then we will come back and ask for a resolution. I also have a preview of a project that I'm really excited about. So this isn't a full Pathways project update. We're sticking to the map today, but just wanted to let you know about one in particular.
Kim, try page down.
Okay, so in terms of planning for pathways here at the city, we do have a master plan that was done some time ago, and obviously the city has grown a lot since then. So the GIS map layer functions as our current planning tool. We keep track of updates to that plan on an ongoing basis. Typically, we update or adopt these new changes every 18 to 24 months. We're a bit overdue. I'm going to blame some of that on me having left the city and returned. So as we plan, and this is an excerpt of our GIS internal map. We use that as a tool kind of as we review plans to see which pathways are required. We have a working layer and we have the adopted layer. The working layer it's more current in that we can respond to needs as they emerge in high growth areas. It allows us to draw new pathway connections on the map to kind of keep pace with annexation and development. And we also track changes for future adoption as we're talking about tonight. The adopted layer, which was last updated in 2020, I believe, in an online meeting, we're just looking to make that current and to incorporate that into our development codes so that it's more enforceable if needed. So in addition to this overview, I have given you a pathways map, a hard copy, which isn't usually my practice, but I think in this case, because it's keyed out to the city, it maybe feels more convenient. If you don't want that hard copy, we're happy to, staff will use it or recycle. So what we'd propose is allowing a 2-week period for review of that map book, and contact me with any comments or questions, or get those to me somehow. And then we will return in June. We're thinking a 2-week window, if that sounds reasonable. I believe that is actually the next meeting. So, and at that point, we would present a formal resolution for adoption. So in the map book, we have included highlighted changes since the last update. Those are in the purplish blue color. Those indicate new routes that we've added. I know the previous master plan had a lot of connections along canals, which tended to run from the southeast to the northwest. And so we've needed to create some connection between those. We put connections in at the mid-mile. There's just a lot of high growth areas within our city area of impact that weren't really included in our former master plan. So new routes, any significant changes to an existing route, if the route was on the west side of a street or a waterway and it makes more sense, maybe development comes in first and it can happen on the east side, we will make those changes without any formal kind of change or approval. We tend not to track the minor changes, as I just said, but if there are any significant if it's a new route or a significant change to the existing. That being said, there may be some minor changes. Some of the map changes that are showing up might be cases where we had kind of a desire line making a connection between two destinations. And when development came in, we could see where actually that pathway happened. So, and then within the map book also, there are annotations that show projects that are sort of within the active range for the city. So recently completed or under construction now or pending. As you look through the map, just for your information and as a kind of an update. Here is a representation of the highlighted changes in the north half of the city, just so you can get a bigger picture view of where a lot of those are happening, and the south part of the city as well. And when we do come back, we'll attach a map to the resolution. It will probably be in a format like this. So a preview of a project that we just had a pre-construction meeting on today. We're still finalizing contract, but it's got some interesting things going on. So we were out there looking at it with the contractor who was the low bidder. I'm calling this our golden spike pathway because it's where two big sections are going to meet. It's been a vacant in this area shown in the circle. It's been a missing gap for a really long time. And there are a couple of miles to the northwest and about 5 miles to the southeast that will be connected by this run of pathway. I think it's about 2,300 feet long. And a lot of the projects we do are sidewalk widenings. They're important connections. This is a real pathway along a waterway. So I think it's going to feel significant. And we're looking at construction this season. Part of that is also ECHD has a property for their maintenance facility, and the pathway will go across a part of that. We will construct that as part of this project, and ECHD will reimburse that via agreement. So with the projects that are noted in the book, and the one I just mentioned, we've added about 2 miles of city constructed pathway, capital improvement dollars. And obviously, as you'll hear next week in the state of the city, a lot more pathways in partnership with the development community. But these are specific city pathways. So I would ask that you review the map books and make changes, note changes, however works best for you. There's an electronic document. So if you want to do it that way and just send me a screenshot, that's fine. It would be perfectly useful to just note any comments or changes in your map books. You could send me an email, just a phone photograph. So however it works best, or just drop off your version at Parks. Does 2 weeks feel like about enough time to do that? I know there's a holiday in there. Seems like. Perhaps. Okay, we will target that date. Do you have any other questions on this update? I would happily stand for them.
Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
a couple quick ones. Are we working on an app or something for people to get around and utilize this network of pathways better?
Mayor Simpson, Councilwoman Strader. We did meet with IT, some of the park staff, to discuss that. When I was still here last year and before I left, I haven't picked it up since I came. We are working on a map update for the website. What's on there currently is accurate, but it's not as useful as it could be. So a much friendlier format. And then I think we were going to incorporate pathways with some kind of a citywide app. So I'll definitely look into that and report back. I haven't had any recent
Mayor?
connection.
Councilman Schrader.
I think that might be a good discussion. Maybe we could have it at budget time, but it feels like we're investing as a city, and we're asking others, especially in our community as they develop, to invest a lot into this pathways network. I want to make sure that people really understand how valuable it is, how they can use it to get around. I mean, the fact that people can get now soon to a lot of places avoiding traffic almost entirely is a pretty big deal. So I feel like we're not highlighting enough, and we're not I just want it to be utilized much more than it is. So that's my suggestion, is working on an app. And then I had another question, which was about the philosophy. So I understand the genesis of this is our canal network. It's kind of what started it. I recall there was a concept of a kind of a ring around the outside, like a loop. Is there any other kind of philosophical change that's behind the changes in the pathway maps? Was there an idea like we want to be able to connect all the different corners of Meridian to downtown? What was driving the changes?
Mayor Simpson, Councilwoman Strader. We did have a diagram like that. I often put it in my presentations and did not include it tonight, but we have our Meridian Loop pathway that is a clear route around the city with the idea of connecting all parts of it. The 5 Mile pathway is a major spine that's actually almost developed through that. And then we have the 10 Mile pathway and the future rail with trail. Those were kind of the major ones. And then a lot of these changes are to, a lot of those pathways trended in one direction and we were looking to make connections between. And where we can't make a connection along a waterway, do it at the mid-mile collector where it's a little friendlier to be, if you're adjacent to traffic. So I think we do use that overall system of organization with the loop and the main pathways running through it. Otherwise, we are looking to make connections where needed. We do have also, our master plan that was originally done for pathways. It did identify a lot of these routes, but again, primarily along waterways. So we're trying to connect between.
Mr. Mayor.
And I think, just if I could add on to that, I think it also in this case, for example, I'm just looking at the map 18, where you're adding the multi-use pathway on both sides of Eagle Road. So part of this is just a factual update of where pathways have already been built, or we would expect them to be built. I'm not aware of any philosophical changes to any of our pathway. I've not had any conversations about changing any of our longstanding philosophical plans for pathways and it's not, so this update is not about that.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Yeah, I think one thing to think about, and it will help us, I think if our new standard we've communicated to ACHD is having a 10-foot detached, multi-use type of pathway, sidewalk, et cetera, that'll help us a lot going forward. This to me is very useful recreationally. I think where it would be really powerful is if it was more useful as an alternative mode of transportation. And so if there was a goal to have the pathways connect more centrally into the middle of Meridian, I think that, to your point, instead of that kind of one direction they're going, if we had a goal and it was to make it so that most places in Meridian, you could get to downtown, for example, or something like that, I think that would make a lot of sense.
I think that has been part of their philosophy, is trying to connect in through downtown, but primarily through certain spines at this point in time because of natural development patterns and other things.
Mayor Simpson, Councilwoman Strader, the rail with trail pathway that's proposed, that's more of a regional idea. We are building segments locally. So the building across from City Hall that's halted at the moment, we condition 10-foot pathway, parallel to the tracks as part of that project. And we're working on a city project. I think that will help. That'll be another avenue into downtown. As we, some of those are kind of pending either with development or the city project that we're working to move forward.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Oh, that's perfect. That's a good explanation, because to me, like, that could be the spine that would make sense as the primary place that everything would eventually connect to. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor.
Council Cavanagh.
First, Kim, great to see you. Appreciate your presentation tonight. It's like deja vu all over again. A question for you. When I review this, lots of proposed pathways, which is important. We have to have vision cast about where we're going. The piece that I struggle with in particular, and I feel like we've been talking about an app for our pathways for 10 years, so I'm very supportive of that. But if I'm a citizen and I have an app or I have a map or I look at this and I see proposed pathways, I don't have any sense if that is proposed in the next 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 50 years. And naturally, I'm sure all of us, when we got this map, I channeled my 7th grade excursions in math class and built a little grid in my office, but I looked at where I lived and there's lots of proposed pathways. There's some that will be development led and there's some that maybe be city initiated. But putting on my citizen hat, I didn't have any sense as to when or how or why. And I think that can create confusion. And so one of the things that I think is really important for this is we need to do a better job of communicating to our public about what is planned but unfunded, what is development driven, what could be city initiated, and when. Because like there's a segment of sidewalk between my neighborhood and another neighborhood that I know won't ever happen until the farmer decides to sell his, and we don't know when that's going to be. But if I'm a citizen and I don't know that and I see, hey, there's a proposed pathway there, I get really excited. And if a year goes by, 2 years, 5 years go by, I start to get really jaded and frustrated with government that there's this proposed pathway and nothing moving forward. So that's my ask is I think what you've got here is really great, but we just need to do a better job of communicating to the public about what really is a proposed pathway and when it could actually become realized.
If you don't mind, if I could ask a follow-up question to that, to council, would that be only forecast what's being proposed in the next 5 years by development and the city for reasonable expectations?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
So glad you asked. My perspective would be is that we follow this very similar to the highway district. So we build a 5-year plan for our pathways that are going to be city initiated, budget dependent. But I don't think there's anything wrong with Kim and the Parks Department saying this is our plan for pathways over the next 5 years. And we update that every year. And then as each council comes through, they can fund that. Recognizing there's going to be other projects that will be development driven, but I also think that we have a good sense as to what will be development driven and what are going to be city initiated projects. And so I think calling that out here on this legend gives the public a better understanding about what they as a taxpayer have some direct influence over and what they don't.
Here's Smithson. And Councilman Cavanagh, I appreciate those comments. I know that the map that we're working on that we'll launch to the website after this update will be, the existing pathways will be bolder. They'll stand out as like, here's what's really here. And what I hear you saying is maybe we could have a couple of designations for proposed pathways, maybe a short term and a long term. One thing I would offer for consideration is that, and I believe on a past occasion, Councilwoman Perot and I talked about the idea of some sort of projection for pathways. And the one difficulty we have with that is to some extent we can plan for them. ACHD can budget for a project. They will do design 1 year, right of way the next, and construction the next. Permission to build the pathway, right of way easements that we get from property owners it can just be really difficult to anticipate how long that's going to take. And in part because we don't have, ACHD can negotiate those and use eminent domain if necessary. We don't have that tool. So there are some projects where we end up just having to wait until ownership changes or, until that can happen. So it's to some extent we can predict, and to some extent it's much harder because there are some variables that we don't have much control over.
Mr. Mayor, maybe a response.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Agreed. And recognize that this is a challenging task because in one sense, we want to communicate, we have a plan to the public, but in another sense, if this pathway is unlikely in the next 5 years or 10 years, I think that the vast majority of our public wouldn't necessarily view that as a true proposal because it's more just ambition, aspirational. And I think that particularly for what we communicate to the public, it needs to be more realized. And that this is something that you can expect that is going to be around your neighborhood. Or, hey, I'm buying a house in South Meridian and I want to work in downtown. Hey, there's a couple of pieces that are proposed that will get me there when. I think really being able to better forecast when we can. And I think if it's calling out, this is, long-term plans, 20+ years, unless development occurs, I think that's fine. I think that you just have to do a better job of, I mean, I don't know how many miles of proposed pathway is on this map, but it's, when I look at the map, that's what I see the most of is proposed. So I know we're not going to accomplish that in any of our tenure likely. So let's put a lamp on that and communicate to the public that this is a long-term plan.
What we could do is we could get through the development process and through when you actually get easement. Yeah, we can probably project out 2 years by what's been approved, what is pulling permits, what easements have been negotiated. I think anything beyond 2 years is aspirational in any pathway consideration. I can name 4 off the top of my head where we thought we were going to do something in the last 3 years, and they're not on this map anymore because we were told, no, you will not get approval through that property. So.
Mayor Simpson
Yeah.
and Councilman Kavanagh, I do agree with that. We do have a long range pathway symbol in our legend. Maybe we use that a little bit more liberally. To date, I've been using that for situations where we'd really like a pathway, but the property line runs down the center of a canal and we'd have to get 15 easements in a row in order to have that pathway. Pretty unlikely. That's a long-term symbol. Maybe long-term is anything that appears like it would be over 5 years.
Yeah.
And I think in the new growth areas also, just in part, if we have something on the map that shows a basic destination, then if that development comes in, we have a way of saying we need to get from here to here. So yeah, I appreciate those comments though, and I agree, and we'll look into how to symbolize the map so that maybe it's a little bit, it's more specific, even though we can't be extremely specific.
Mr. Mayor.
That's one pro.
What I hear in this conversation is maybe something as simple as the words we're using. So when I hear the word proposed, I think there has been a plan made and there's an expectation that it's going to come about. And that's not necessarily true of every one of these that are marked. So maybe just changing it to future, like you said, long-term, will take out the expectation that it's literally been anticipated and perhaps in the first stages of happening. To me, that's what proposed means. So maybe just something as simple as that and not calling it proposed pathways. I know that seems really simplistic, but I agree that the perception could be that that's in the works. It's going to happen at some point. Money's going to happen at some point, and we just don't know that about all these, right? But I do agree with Councilman Kavanagh about identifying which pathways would come through public participation with development and which pathways could potentially come through from the city. I know those aren't exact either, but we do know for sure areas where the city will not be putting pathways. And I think delineating that will help as well. So that I think as soon as the public realizes, oh, this is dependent on another group, there will be a greater understanding. So
Mayor Simpson.
thank you for that.
Councilwoman Pro. I agree with that. I think we could also maybe we add some simple definitions to the legend even that says what a proposed pathway is. We could probably use that. That's a great suggestion. And I think we could also, in terms of city funded versus potentially happening through the private sector, I think we could highlight either one of those, maybe on the map, or maybe that's a layer that will have some ability for whoever visits the city website to turn layers off and on. And that would be something that could highlight where which we think will be likely city projects nearer term. So I think there are a lot of ways to do that. And we'll look at that with that map, the web map update. Thank you.
Council, any additional questions at this time? Okay, well, we'll see you back here in 2 weeks.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right, Ms. Kim.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I move that we go into executive session for Idaho Code 74-2061I, 74-2061J, and 74-206A, 1A and B.
Second.
The motion is second to go into executive session. Do I have discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Perot.
Aye.
Overt.
Aye.
Kavanagh.
Aye.
Borton.
Aye.
Hoagland.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries, and we will go into executive session. Council, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we come out of executive session.
I have a motion to come out of executive session. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and we are out of executive session.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
move we adjourn the work session.
I have a motion to adjourn the work session. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and we are adjourned. All right. Council will call the meeting order. For the record, it is May 23rd, 2023 at 6:09 PM. We will begin this evening's city council meeting with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilwoman Streeter, Councilman Overton.
Here.
Councilwoman Pearl.
Here.
Councilman Cavanagh. Councilman Borton.
Here.
Councilman Hoagland.
Here.
Mayor Simison.
Here. Next is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'd all please rise and join us in the pledge. Next up will be our community invocation, which this evening will be delivered by Pastor Troy Drake. If you would all please join us in the community invocation or take this as a moment of silence and reflection. Pastor?
Mr. Mayor, council members, would you join me? Lord God, we just appreciate this beautiful place that we get to live in and your grace upon us. And, our heart just breaks for those who are going through difficult times. And we appreciate that you are always just as close as a prayer. And so we appreciate that about you, God, that you are always inclining your ear towards us. And so, God, I just lift up our city, especially thinking about the citizens and that, we would just treat one another with respect and kindness here and continue, what's been already the foundation that's been laid here in this town. And Lord, that you would just bless the work of our hands here. God, we pray for those who protect us, the first responders, those who come to our aid when we need help. And we just ask that you would protect them as they do. And God, I'm also thinking about everything that happens in this building. And we just appreciate all the thought and planning that goes into the buildings that we walk in and out of all the time, Lord, that they're safe. It's not that way everywhere. And we just appreciate that it is here and that these folks do that hard work for us and that you'd bless them. And then last but not least, God, I just ask that you'd bless this council meeting, the mayor and council members, the decisions they make, that you would just give them a lot of wisdom and grace as they, tackle the small and big decisions here. So we just thank you for them and ask that they would prosper. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thanks for that.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I move that we adopt the agenda as published.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as published. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. First item up will be a proclamation for Older Americans Month. Raul with the Area 3 Senior Services Agency, if you want to join me at the podium for this proclamation. So we are going to be celebrating Older Americans Month this month of May. Raul reached out and asked us if we could do a proclamation this year. I'll go ahead and read the proclamation and then turn it over to you for any additional comments that you'd like to make in this regard. So whereas every May, the Administration for Community Living leads the nation's observance and celebration of Older Americans Month, OAM. And whereas the 2023 theme is Aging Unbound, which offers an opportunity to explore diverse aging experiences and discuss how communities can combat stereotypes. And whereas the city of Meridian includes 26,690 older Americans, which is 21% of the city population who contribute their time, wisdom, and experience to our community. And whereas communities in Idaho benefit when people of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds have the opportunity to participate and live independently and remain engaged and included. And whereas the city of Meridian recognizes the need to create a community that offers the services and supports older adults may need to make choices about how they age. Therefore, I, Mayor Robert E. Simpson, do hereby proclaim May 2023 as Older Americans Month in the city of Meridian, encourage all citizens to celebrate our older citizens, help to create an inclusive society, and accept the challenge of flexible thinking around aging. So thank you, and I'm happy to present this to you, Raul.
Yeah, so we are here in Meridian. I'm at the Southwest Idaho Area Agency on Aging. We have multiple senior services program. We just wanted to take this opportunity to reach out and recognize the older population. If you go to Southwest Idaho A3SSA.com, you can see all our programs and services that are there. So thank you.
Okay. Next up is public forum. Mr. Clerk, we have anyone sign up?
Mr. Mayor, we did not.
Okay, then we will go into action items. Item 2 is public hearing for Crowley Park subdivision H 2023-0006. We will open this public hearing with staff comments.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. The applicant is here to present their project for the Crowley Park subdivision. The applications that were submitted were annexation and zoning, preliminary plat, and alternative compliance, which doesn't require council action. And I just wanted to note that the project was denied at the City Council hearing on April 6th. The site consists of 1.002 acres of land, zoned R1 in Ada County, located at 4125 West Cherry Lane. There is no history on the for the project. The comprehensive plume designation is medium density residential. And the summary of the request is this is an infill project. The applicant is proposing for annexation of 1.002 acres of land with an R8 zoning district, preliminary plat consisting of 5 residential building lots, including 1 existing home to remain, and 1 common lot, and 3 alternative compliance requests at a gross density of 4.99 units per acre, which is within the desired density range of the medium density residential designation for Crowley Park subdivision. The proposed development offers lot sizes ranging from 4,011 square feet to 5,768 square feet, with the existing home on 9,744 square feet. Single-family detached and attached dwellings are listed as a principal permitted use in the R8 zoning district per the UDC. Future development is subject to the dimensional standards in the UDC for the R8 zoning district. An existing home on the property is proposed to remain on Lot 1, Block 1, and is required to connect to city and water service is within the 60 days of it becoming available. The outbuildings located on lots 2, 3, and 4, Block 1 should be removed with the development of this property. And there are 3 alternative compliance requests. The first one is for the common driveway shall serve a maximum of 4 dwelling units. In no case shall more than 3 dwelling units be located on one side of the driveway. The applicant is proposing 5 dwelling units take access off the common driveway. All 5 dwelling units are also located on one side of the driveway. Alternative compliance to the common driveway standards is requested due to the lot only having access from an arterial roadway. There is no local street connection available to this site. And based on the analysis, the director is supportive of the request for alternative for the proposed 5 dwelling units taking access off the west side of the common driveway. And the next number 2 alternative compliance request is the existing home does not meet the required number of off-street parking spaces per the UDC. For a 3-bedroom home, 4 parking spaces are required, at least 2 in an enclosed garage. Other spaces may be enclosed or a minimum of a 10-foot by 20-foot parking pad. The existing home does not have an enclosed 2-car garage. However, the required number of parking spaces is provided via an existing attached carport and driveway. Based on the analysis, the director is supportive of the request for alternative compliance for the existing carport with the addition of the hardy board to match the existing house. Off-street parking is required to be provided in accordance with the standards listed in the UDC for single-family dwellings based on the number of bedrooms per unit. Staff will confirm compliance with these standards at the time of the building permit submittal for each residence. The applicant has provided an additional 3 parking stalls at the end of the common drive on the southeast side of the site for overflow parking. Landscaping, a 25-foot landscape buffer is required along West Cherry Lane in accordance with the UDC. Alternative compliance to the landscape buffer width is requested due to the front porch on the existing home encroaching more than 2 feet into the required landscape buffer. Based on the analysis, the director is supportive of the request for alternative compliance with staff's recommendation to modify the plans. The applicant has submitted a revised landscape plan that looks to meet the UDC standards. In response to the commission's concerns regarding the alternative compliance, the amount of numerous alternative compliance requests, staff has suggested utilizing the water conserving design specified in the UDC to eliminate one of the alternative compliance requests. This design allows for a potential reduction of up to 50% of the street landscape buffer. The applicant may intend to utilize the landscape design and propose is a reduction of 5 feet to the buffer to accommodate the encroachment of the porch. Staff recommends that this condition be added to the staff report for the applicant to submit a revised landscape plan if they so choose to pick the water conserving design that adheres to that design stated in the UDC with the final plat submittal. Access is proposed from West Cherry Lane from Common Drive Lot 2, Block 1. Direct lot access from West Cherry Lane for Lot 1, Block 1 is prohibited. The interior lots 3, 4, 5, and 6, Block 1 are proposed to take access via a common drive to West Cherry Lane, meeting the street access requirements. Common open space and amenities are not required for properties less than 5 acres in size. And conceptual building elevation was submitted that demonstrates what future homes in this development will look like. Variations of 2-story homes with a 2-car garage are proposed. The submitted elevations depict field materials of lap siding, different coloring accents, roof profiles, and stone. The final design of the structure is required to comply with the design standards in the Architectural Standards Manual. Commission did recommend denial. In favor of the project was Penelope Constance Tykes. In opposition was none. Commenting was Penelope again. Written testimonies, none. Key issues were none. Discussion of key issues by commission was concerns with the amount of density proposed on the 1-acre lot. Concerns with emergency services ability to gain access in and out of the property. Not in agreement with the alternative compliance for the use of lattice on both sides of the existing attached carport as mitigation for an enclosed garage, and concerns with the overall parking. And here's some pictures of the existing home and site. And that includes staff's presentation, and I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Stacy. Council, questions for staff? Okay, will the applicant like to come forward? Good
Thank you,
evening.
Mayor, Council. For the record, Penelope Constantakis, Post Office Box 405, Boise, Idaho 83701. And just a brief comment on staff's presentation. You did get to it at the end there that they recommended denial. And it wasn't a city council hearing. So I'm pleased to present Crowley Park subdivision to you this evening. It is an infill development between 10 Mile and Black Cat Road. The applications before you, as you're aware, include annexation of an Ada County parcel with a zoning designation of R8, which is consistent with the Meridian future land use medium density residential designation. This subdivision creates 4 new mid-range housing options in this area of Meridian on individual lots available for purchase without expanding city services or adding roadway. Gross density of the proposed subdivision is identical to the adjacent Cherrywood Village subdivision to the west. In the near proximity to this site are a number of services that are bikeable and walkable, including banking, groceries and pharmacy, coffee and casual meals, church and golf. Golf is always important, as well as medical and veterinarian services. This proposal is consistent with the comprehensive plan and complies with the standards and allowances that are provided in the UDC. Crowley Park will utilize existing infrastructure and will not add to the geography of fire, emergency, and police service areas. The applicant and project team have reviewed the staff report and concur. ACHD's staff report approved access to the site, and I would like to mention that staff is always very knowledgeable, they're always very informative, and their professionalism is much appreciated. Contrary to what the Planning and Zoning Commission was concerned about, this access is 24 feet wide, which is 2 travel lanes, and it meets the City of Meridian Fire Department standards for emergency access with enough width for 2 travel lanes. In 3 pre-application meetings, the fire department's only question was about paving the shared driveway. A new fire hydrant is proposed for the site between lots 1 and 2. Each of the new dwellings will have a 2-car garage and a driveway that provides 2 additional parking spaces. Although the parking provided is consistent with UDC, the site design includes 3 additional guest spaces. And based on my discussions with Chief Deputy Bongiorno, it may be possible to add a couple more. The existing residents will have a minimum of 4 parking spaces. In the 3 pre-application meetings that were held with staff, we did try to create an appropriate site design, and there were 2 neighborhood meetings. The adjacent neighbors came to the first neighborhood meeting to inquire about water delivery. No one attended the second meeting, but the neighbors were quite helpful when I reached out to them regarding historic irrigation water delivery information. The front porch of the residence intrudes, as you know, into the regular 25-foot wide landscape area. After the planning and zoning hearing, the applicant opted to use the water conservation design option to reduce the landscape buffer 5 feet or about 20% to keep the front porch intact. And I did on Monday submit an updated preliminary plat and an updated landscape plan that reflected that option. A revised preliminary plat landscape plan were submitted. I believe that the updated landscape plan does meet the intent of the code, but we will work with staff to make sure that the landscape plan is compliant. If council prefers, we would be happy to meander the common lot around the front porch and keep the bulk of it 25 feet. I would like to maybe keep that water conservation landscaping intact regardless of which way we go with that. It's just an easy drawing change. The existing home was constructed in 1938 and remodeled in 1958. The real river rock detailing on the front is quite charming. The home is well built and still has good life in it. The applicant has updated and refreshed the home to enhance the street view and the personal space features. An alternative compliant application was approved by the planning director for the carport. To mitigate the carport, the applicant has replaced the originally proposed lattice with hardy board, cladding on the visible sites, which is north and west, to match the residents. Access to the carport will be shifted to the south in combination with 2 additional parking spaces for a total of 4. The application also includes a request for a non-conforming use, and the applicant does understand that if anything about that house was to change in the future, it would require a conditional use permit. With the existing perimeter fencing and new fencing that'll be installed between lots 1 and 2, the rear entrance or the south entrance of the carport shouldn't be visible to anyone. The site design includes more than the allowed 3 residents on the same side of the access drive, as your staff has already discussed. In our discussions with staff, it seemed like matching backyard to backyard, thank you, Bill, was a good idea to be sensitive to the adjacent neighbors. So with a short access drive distance, the applicant believed that matching backyards and being sensitive to the adjacent neighbors was more important than asking for an alternative compliance. The site does have irrigation water rights, but they can't be delivered. According to settlers, there's a private lateral that had at one time delivered water, but the lateral no longer functions. The residence does have a well with sufficient capacity to serve the irrigation needs of the entire site. Of course, the existing home will be connected to city water and sewer. The proposal is to use the well managed by the HOA to serve all the irrigation needs for Crowley Park. Most of the existing trees are healthy and will be preserved, and the project team will work with the city arborist for any needed mitigation. And finally, the parcel to the east of this site is also a candidate for infill development, and the service drive could be utilized to combine access points if the city and ACHD are interested in that. It's just a 5-foot wide landscape buffer that we would need to make paving over. So, and that keeps the consolidated access points. The team has reviewed the site-specific conditions of approval and agree, including the requirement of a development agreement. I noticed the design changes that are requested for water service, and I will bring this to the attention of the project engineer for corrections. I do hope that I have covered the important details and provided you with the information that you need. Your preference on the method for the landscape buffer would be appreciated, and I respectfully request your approval of the annexation, zoning, and the preliminary plat. This is an appropriate opportunity to add to complementary mid-range housing close to many retail and commercial amenities without expanding services. I do thank you for your patience and your interest. Please let me know if you have any questions or directions on how to make this project better, or if you would like me to get into greater detail. I'd be happy to provide additional details or discuss any element of the project that you would like. And with that, I would stand for questions.
Thank you, Penelope. Council, questions for the applicant?
Questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Penelope, nice to see you.
Thank you.
I always admire your tenacity for these kind of challenging projects. So my question comes from kind of your opening comment. And so do you feel that the Planning and Zoning Commission made an error?
No, it's just that in the beginning of the staff report, it was stated that the council denied the application. I just wanted to clarify that. That was all.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
Thank you for your presentation. It's very helpful to understand exactly what has transpired. You had mentioned that the applicant would agree to any modifications to the existing structure to be approved through a conditional use permit in the future.
Yes, ma'am.
Those are physical changes to the structure. Was there any conversation of whether that could become a business at some point? Because if I recall correctly, it was or has had a business in there in the past. And so I'm curious if the applicant is willing to agree to that limitation in the DA. I know that
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
and certainly I'd like to hear from my fellow council, their thoughts on that, but because this home faces, because of the orientation of it, it is a natural, good location for a business. Obviously, the parking's not going to allow for that if somebody were to choose to try to turn it into a business.
Mayor, Councilwoman, my understanding is that it's intended to remain residential. And it was, I mean, they put a lot of work into dressing the house up inside and bringing it up to code and whatnot. So no, I don't think that there would be a problem with that at all. It was a business. I think there was a business in there at one time, but it's been quite some time ago.
Council, any additional questions for the applicant? Okay,
Are you sure?
I don't think you're off the hook yet, but I think we'll
Okay.
see if there's anybody from the community that would like to provide
Very
testimony.
good. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Mayor, nobody marked they wanted to speak.
Okay, is there anybody in the audience that'd like to come forward and provide testimony on this application, or anybody online that would like to provide testimony on this application? You can use the raise your hand feature. Seeing no one coming forward and no one raising their hand, would the applicant like to make any final comments to close or give council time for any additional questions or comments?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Scher.
do you have a quick question for the fire department?
Okay.
Hello. Seems you could get in. How would you get out?
Councilwoman Strader, we do have many residents such as this, and with access such as this, we probably wouldn't be pulling all the way in just due to proximity. So most likely it's a pull in, back out type of situation for us.
Mr. Mayor, if I might address that.
Councilwoman Scher, do you have any follow-up that you want to make with Captain Reese?
Mr. Mayor, I don't have any follow-up for you, but I have some follow-up for the fire department, who are the experts on what they can and can't do. So I'm going to stick with speaking with them. What were you, could we just explore that? You wouldn't pull all the way in? Could you help me understand if that?
It would depend on what the incident was. If something was on fire, we need to keep away from it enough so we don't melt our apparatus. So if it was on fire, but if it was a medical call, we could pretty easily get in there and then get out. And not having looked at the plans, I'm not sure if there's a proper place for a turnaround, but there is a hammerhead. So it looks like we could pull in, turn around, and then get out.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
Penelope, would you like to comment?
Yes, that would be great. Thank you, Mayor, Councilwoman. Yeah, we had pretty extensive discussions with Joe Bongiorno, and we've got the hammerhead in there, and there'll have to be no parking signs, but we did provide for fire department turnaround on the site.
Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader, or Pro.
Thank you. Just to follow up on that, with the hammerhead that was added, where do the 3 parking spots hit, the 3 offsite parking spots hit in relationship to that?
They would be south of the end of the southern leg of the hammerhead. So the parking spaces won't obstruct the fire truck. They're beyond the depth that's required for the leg of the hammerhead. So again, we presented that to Joe. Actually, that was an outgrowth of my conversation with the deputy chief. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Yeah, Penelope, it sounds like the homeowner has already taken out the lattice and put in the hardy board that was recommended. Did I hear that correctly?
Mayor, Councilman, no, not yet, but we'll do that replacement. And it'll be painted and trimmed to match the house.
Okay. one of the concerns that the commission expressed was the amount of density proposed for 1 acre. And I think it has to do with, the single access point, but it is going to be wide enough per code what's required. And yet I thought, and maybe this is a question for staff, but if reduced by one residence, all of a sudden we aren't actually in compliance with our future land use map, but what they call for medium density. Is that right? Or is it still within the ratio of what medium density residential would be?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland, the density should still be within the range, 3 to 8 units per acre. So I believe it's 4.99, so it will still comply.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Mayor, follow up.
Councilman Hoagland.
Yeah, Penelope, has there been discussion about that? It sounds like there is access for fire department to access the site. If we don't have a business, that we make sure that there's not a parking issue, which there would be if they tried to make it a business. So I just mentally thinking, okay, if we reduce it there, because one of the concerns the commission also expressed was the overflow parking. And it sounds like, could you reiterate, do you meet the required amount of parking necessary for having the original house plus the 4 new residences for this site?
Mayor, Councilman, actually, we exceed the required parking. The Meridian standards require 2 parking spaces per residence. And so we have that, plus we have enough depth on the driveways to provide 2 more parking spaces. So each residence technically has 4 spaces. And then for the front house, there's the 2 carport spaces. Then there'll be a pad to provide 2 more spaces because it's a 3-bedroom house. But they have quite a lengthy driveway. So they could actually have a couple more cars at the front house and still not have a problem with overflow. With regard to the question about density, our density is identical to the density next door. And as a former transportation planner, I'm always excited, actually, when I can shepherd one of these difficult projects, which always seem to land in my office, because it's, there's everything that you could possibly want on a daily basis just down the road. Everything more than normal in terms of the services that are available. So, and it's a demographic shift. So much of what's going on in that part of Meridian is the traditional single family detached dwelling. And for someone like me who is a professional and single, these are these are ideal for someone like me. So I would hope that maybe we could keep the density the way it's proposed. We did initially propose to do the driveway so that we had 3 residences on one. So actually we're going to do 2 and 2. So they weren't on the same side. But again, in discussions with staff, and because the backyards on the adjacent homes are so small, they're tiny, that we thought if we shifted and had all the homes with backyard to backyard, it would actually be better for our neighbors. So we tried to put a lot of thought into how this was designed to make it as compatible as possible.
Mr. Mayor, I think I have one last.
Councilman Hoagland.
Dealing with the porch, and I think the director, you've got to do the water saving landscaping and whatnot. And that's interesting, not the water saving part, but we need to have an alternative compliance when this road, when this house was originally built. And I'm old enough to remember when Cherry Lane was just 2 lanes each way. That road frontage was way out front. So it's a matter of the road expanding and coming closer. That way, through no fault of the homeowners of that time, they were encroached upon. And now it's not in compliance. So that's kind of an interesting dynamic that we have to make sure we're aware of, that you can't shift those houses, you can shift roads, but yeah, it's just one of those things that I appreciate you trying to maintain as much of that that requirement as possible.
Mayor, Councilman, and again, I would reiterate that either strategy for dealing with the landscape buffer is fine. We can just meander, circumvent the porch. It's not a perfect house and it's not historic register material, but it is charming. And it is at one of the original homes, Meridian. It was built in 1938. And that's not those wall things that you buy at Home Depot and slap onto the side of your house. That's actually real river rock, very big river rock. So the materials that we submitted on Monday are for the 20% reduction in the landscape buffer and the water conserving design, but we'll do it the other way. All you have to do is tell me whichever way you would prefer is fine. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Thanks, Penelope. Could you tell me about, a little intrigued by the prospect of combining with the service drive to the east that you mentioned. Can you talk to me about that? Or is that part of your proposal?
Mayor, Councilwoman. No, it's not, but I just am aware that that parcel next door is big enough to be an infill development. And I think it is also an enclaved Ada County parcel. Just again, with the way we designed it, there's a 5-foot wide landscape buffer in between us and the next door parcel. And because of the classification of Cherry Lane, it would be nice if everyone agreed to just add that traffic and have one consolidated access point. It's not part of the application. It's just one of those looking forward items that I wanted to bring up in the event that that parcel did redevelop and ACHD didn't want to have one more access drive close. They even have a separation standard they like to maintain for driveways on arterial roadways. So I was just looking ahead and tossing that out as a future potential.
Stacy, can you confirm? I would think that's annexed into the city.
Mr. Mayor, yes. So the properties along the east are already annexed into the city with an R4 zoning district. But I guess if they agreed to do some type of driveway along this, yeah.
Primarily meaning it's not likely to redevelop for any purposes at this point in time in the near future.
Correct. Mayor, I just wanted to, sometimes looking forward is beneficial. And so I was just looking forward a little bit.
Councilman Schrader.
Mr. Mayor, yeah, I appreciate the clarification, though. It's not like that's a prospect that's on the immediate horizon. That doesn't really solve some of the access and the connectivity issues. I just want to be frank. I appreciate the desire to do infill. I think if you could do some land assemblage here, with that adjoining property and had something bigger to work with, it would make more sense. I agreed with the Planning and Zoning Commission's reasoning. I personally feel like there are too many variances here, and this is too small of a site for what you're trying to fit in it. It just doesn't feel like having this much access off a common driveway is practical to me. I appreciate, it's very hard to do these and it takes a lot of creativity. I also have concerns about using a private well. In general, our internal city staff have been trying to discourage people from continuing to use those. And part of the reason is it actually can affect the water quality in our aquifer. Using a private well is allowed legally, it's fine, but it does create concerns. So that's something that you may wish to discuss with them, even if it's for irrigation purposes. And finally, in addition to the different requests for alternative compliance, the amount of density, I also still have concerns about emergency services. I understand that it meets their requirements to turn around. It's going to require, to me, there's no room to maneuver, even if it's wide enough. Like what's required here, hearing the feedback, it's like, well, the apparatus will melt if we get too close. It's like, okay, then I guess you're backed up past the next building. Do you really have sufficient access if there's a big a really big fire, something catastrophic. Is this really, are we being honest? I mean, I understand what our requirements are, but is this really enough room to maneuver? Is this meeting the standard that we need? So I guess I would have follow-up questions about that, but I don't want to go down that rabbit hole because I agreed with the commission. I thought that their reasoning was correct. Some feedback from me. Thank you.
Mayor, may I respond?
Sure.
Thank you. If you would like the well disconnected, that's fine. I don't know. That was new information, so thank you for sharing. I didn't realize that Public Works had flagged that as being problematic. So, and then knowing the fire code a little bit the way I need to, I know that if you had a 3-story building and you had to bring in your ladder truck, the fire truck needs to be 15 feet away from the structure in order to provide, I think, the firefighters with some maneuvering space. So the fire truck, if it uses this drive aisle, will be 20 feet away from the structure. So I'm not a fireman. I do spend some time reading fire code because I think it's an important part of my job. But I'm not, I don't know. I'm sorry that Joe isn't here. Am I correct in my analysis of that?
You're correct. I'm not Joe.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
That's what I'm sharing.
If others are interested in further exploring the fire department questions, I would be okay with that, but I'm a no on this just based on the density in 1 acre. It, to me, is not sufficient for what they're trying to do. So I appreciate the explanation, but I look at this practically, even when we have very large subdivisions with a lot of room to maneuver. I hate common driveways. Having a development that's exclusively a common driveway is really problematic to me. Just being very upfront.
Council, additional questions or comments? Applicant technically hasn't had an opportunity to close yet, so we are going to give you that opportunity. I just want to make sure that everyone is not seeing anybody else with the applicant like to making final comments.
Not really. Thank you, Mayor. I always appreciate the opportunity to be at Meridian because we have dialogues and I don't actually find that in a lot of other jurisdictions. So I appreciate the opportunity to discuss these things with you. It's very helpful and I don't have any closing comments unless there are final questions for me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
Councilman Caver.
We close the public hearing on number 2, Crowley subdivision H-2023-0006.
Second.
Motion and a second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Caver.
Councilmember Strader summarized many of my comments and feelings as well. I agree with the decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission and support denial of this application.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pro.
I have lived near this home for a very long time and probably driven by it thousands of times. And because of my intimate knowledge with it, I actually see this working well. And there already is a lane that runs along the east side that I assume is used to access the back. There was a hair salon that was here, if I remember correctly. I think the house has been sold since then. So my main concern was that there would be an attempt to use it as a business again. And as long as they're willing to put that into the DA, there's not, it's not permitted, I suppose, at all or without a CUP, whatever we think is best. But I actually think that I agree that this is many alternative compliance requests, but the applicant, from what I can tell, has addressed all of them in every way that staff thought was appropriate. So I'm actually a yes on this. I'm happy to make a motion if it's appropriate. But
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Parsons.
Yeah. Again, I also appreciate the dialogue this evening, but I just want some clarification as to your definition of a business. If the council does approve the annexation and the plat tonight, this property would technically be zoned R8 in the city, and a person could apply for a home occupation, which would allow you to use a portion of your home. So I don't know if that's the business that was being operated out of the home or not, but that's pretty standard practice in Meridian. We do approve quite a few accessory use permits or home occupation permits to allow people to do that. And that could even occur with the other 4 units that could potentially be built in here. So if that's your intention to prohibit all businesses from operating here, then I would make it clear in the zoning's already going to limit what a commercial business can do on the property just because it's residential. But if it's truly your intent to limit customers coming here and them running an in-home business, then I would suggest potentially adding that in your motion that no home occupation should be allowed to operate from this site, so that it's clear for us to at least look at that DA and enforce that.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pro.
Home occupation business, I think is fine. The main concern is parking and not having individuals come to the homes. There was a salon there prior, but then of course there was plenty of space for parking. And as we know, there's individuals who run businesses out of their homes that don't have permission to do so. My thought was not so much an individual working from home themselves, but in the past we've had residents who've applied for daycare applications and those kinds of things, and anything really that would require parking. So I don't know how the code would address that in regard to it being R8 residential, if there would be any limitation in the future for them to apply for something like that. Do you have a recommendation on how I would state that?
Mayor, council, home occupations don't necessarily require more parking than what the UDC does. So in this particular case, if any one of these homes were to be approved, then the planner that reviews that permit looks for parking. And if it's a 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom home, we're looking to make sure that it has the 4 parking spaces per code. So there's really nothing that can really address that. To your point, a lot of the in-home businesses are in-home daycares of 6 or fewer, or a salon, a personal service. So those are, again, permitted uses under that avenue for a property owner to pursue with us. And again, if they meet code, we approve them at staff level. So to just kind of pinpoint that, it is going to be difficult for us to track some of that, to be honest with you, in a development agreement.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Overton.
Well, I kind of struggle with this one because I know a lot of work's gone into it. I appreciate your presentation, but there's certain parts of it I can't get past. I'm really struggling with, and I understand that the density matches the development to the west. See, the development to the west has plenty of room for overflow parking and plenty of room for emergency vehicle access on multiple ways to get in and out. This doesn't. I think your density is still too high for the limited amount of room you have on this 1-acre lot. I don't think I can support it the way it stands.
In council, I'll just chime in because I think it has one too many, just from a practical standpoint. And that's, it is the zoning. It is the last piece of infill. If it's not, if this project is like, I think that's one of the questions is what, if not this project, what project? Would it require a tear down of the existing structure to be redesigned at a higher density? Would that be okay? Or if the existing structure were to remain, what would be the density that would be allowed? Or is there something else? But it is a challenge and it's a struggle when it's the last infill piece. It's meeting the density of the area, instead of just saying, okay, well, now we just think 3 is the right number, which is then outside of what's okay. So it's somewhere within here, or it's don't come back unless you're willing to redevelop the entire property in a different way in the future. And I think that would at least be, if it's a no this evening, a good thing for the applicant to know is like, what is it that it would take that they could legitimately do to this property? If they, since they evidently want to be residents of the city of Meridian.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Holden.
Yeah, that was my line of thinking, you know, as I was asking Penelope those questions, because it meets our requirements, but at the same time, I feel the same way. It's like, it's just one too many. It's just too dense for that particular site and the layout. It would be nice, but it was just like, just need a little more wiggle room. So, but it's hard because, you know, going through those things and, you know, I double checked under wastewater and water quality concerns. There is none, Public Works identified. You know, overflow parking, she does technically meet it. Changing out the siding. And to me, the front porch, it was the road that encroached, not the house on the road type of thing. Emergency services can gain access. It is tight. You do have to have some forethought of responding to an emergency beforehand, but that's what they're trained to do. But at the same time, it's just like Councilman kind of Overton, not Borton, sorry. Overton kind of expressed it. It's just that there's a quandary here. It's just kind of like, yes, it does, but it doesn't. So that's what makes it difficult. And I would be, if there was one less residence on there, I think I could support that. So.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
I think that the challenge is we're always trying to find a yes, which is what I love about our council. Try to find something that will work. And when it's apparent, I think we do it. In this case, you know, this is part of the existing due diligence and site conditions on a very limited piece of dirt. And I don't think I could sit here and redesign it for them. I just know that this doesn't work. And you are correct. It is not a comment by Public Works in this application, but Public Works, at least when I covered them as a council liaison, it told me on a citywide basis, we're trying to discourage people maintaining their private wells because it impacts the water quality of the whole city. It's a citywide issue. It's not specific to this application. It wasn't a requirement that they made. So I hope I didn't misrepresent that to you, but I'm not hung up on that. That's not the main issue that I had. I think if you came back and you had solved for some of the access concerns with a, you know, connection somehow to the service drive, or if there was another way for an emergency vehicle to get in and out, I think that would be a thing that would help. Perhaps reducing the density, but I couldn't do that, you know, for the applicant, but perhaps that would help. It's hard to say without seeing it, you know, but that would certainly remove, that has the potential to remove the, you know, alternative compliance around common driveway variance if you were to redo that. Is that some additional feedback?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Overton.
And just an additional, I know we had feedback from fire department, and I know that's what the commission was concerned about, but I can't help but go back to over 27 years working in public safety. And the scenario that keeps running through my mind is the one where I have all three agencies and sometimes multiple from each agency on a situation where I've got not just one fire truck, possibly also paramedics and possibly 1 to 2 police cars. And there's no room for that response this much, unless I'm blocking Cherry Lane, which depending on how serious an incident is, I may be doing that. That's my concern.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Caver.
First, I love the debate that goes on amongst this body for a 1 acre parcel. For our friends that are here in the audience, I know it's standing room only, but
I just love that we take each application, they come with the same level of critique and criticism, no matter the size. But unless there's any other comments, I'm happy to make a motion. Mr. Mayor, after reviewing tonight's application, I move that we deny application number 2, H-2023-0006. Include all staff, applicant, and council testimony.
I have a motion, a second. Is there discussion? All right, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strader,
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Burrow,
Nay.
Cavanagh,
Aye.
Borton,
Aye.
Hoagland.
Aye.
5 ayes, 1 nay, and the motion to deny carries. With that, we will move on to item 3 this evening, which is a public hearing for Chimney Peak subdivision, SHP 2023-0002. We'll open this public hearing with staff comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. The next application before you is a request for a short plat. This site consists of 1.45 acres of land. It's zoned R8 and is located at 4853 North Chimney Peak Avenue. The comprehensive plan future land use map designation is medium density residential, which calls for 3 to 8 dwelling units per acre. A short plat is proposed to re-subdivide lot 18, block 24, full for subdivision number 6, consisting of 1.45 acres of land into 4 building lots and 1 common lot in the R8 zoning district. The proposed density of 2.76 units per acre is consistent with the density desired of 3 to 8 units per acre in the medium density residential future land use map designation for this site. There is an existing home and 2 accessory structures on the property that are proposed to remain on lot 1, and those are shown there on that northern lot. The existing home is connected to city water and sewer service. The existing driveway via North Chimney Peak Avenue will be converted to a common driveway and will provide access to all of the proposed lots. Direct access via West McMillan Road is prohibited. The street buffer adjacent to the southern boundary of the site along West McMillan Road was constructed with the subdivision improvements for Fulford subdivision. There is existing landscaping, trees and lawn along both sides of the existing driveway that complies with the standards for common driveways. Because the site is below 5 acres in size, common open space and site amenities are not required. Staff is recommending approval with the conditions in the staff report. There are no outstanding issues for council tonight. Staff will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Sonia. Council, any questions for staff? All right, and then the applicant would like to come forward. Good evening.
Evening, Mayor and Council. Nice to see you all. I am Anna Canning with Centurion Engineers, and I did want to update the address since it's wrong on our application there. It's 2323 South Vista Avenue, Suite 206, Boise, Idaho 83705. Well, I'm a little nervous and I come to you with an infill project off of a common drive tonight. But nonetheless, I am delighted to bring this infill subdivision to you for Chimney Peak subdivision. I will say that there are 4 residential lots and 1 common lot. The residential lots are, the largest is around 30,000 square feet and the smallest one is around 8,000 square feet. So we are looking at a different size lots than the previous application, and the density is 2.76. So quite a bit different there. As staff made her wonderful presentation, and thank you, Sonia, for everything, as well as you all for tonight. But this seems to be perfectly set up for a short plat. You might have noticed that the driveway is the right width. It's 30 feet. It allows comfortably for the 20-foot drive aisle for the fire department. And the turnaround is largely constructed already. They just need to kind of blow out a roundabout and straighten that out a little bit. And it's the fire access is there. The reason that it works so seamlessly is because it was anticipated in the preliminary plat back in 2003. So there was always contemplated that there would be additional lots on the south side of that emergency or that common drive. And indeed, many years later, 20 years later, here it is. So It was nice to see that. I remember struggling with these, the out part or the existing homes in this Kelly Creek subdivision. There was two of them. This was the easier one. The other one was really difficult. So it's nice to be here tonight presenting this to you. That's why I said I was delighted to be here. So with that, I won't bother you with a lot of the details because Sonia went through them already, but we are in agreement with all the conditions of approval. And with that, we respectfully ask for approval, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Council, any questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anybody here that would like to provide testimony on this item? Or is there anybody online that would like to provide testimony on this item? If so, use the raise your hand feature. Seeing no one coming forward or no one raising their hand, would like applicant like any final comments? Yeah, applicant has waived final comments, so council, what's your desire?
Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
have any comments? I'm not seeing anybody standing up, so I move we close the public hearing on item number 3.
Second motion.
Motion second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
fairly straightforward request, short plat. So after considering all staff and applicant testimony, I move to approve file number SHP 2023-002 as presented in the staff report for the hearing date of May 23rd, 2023.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve item 3. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strater,
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Barrow,
Aye.
Cavanagh.
Aye.
Orton,
Aye.
Hoagland.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries, and the item is agreed to. Next item up is item 4, which is public hearing for Promenade Cottage subdivision H 2022-0013. We will open this public hearing with staff comments from Mr. Parsons. That looks like it's gonna be signed
Alan,
again.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next application before you is a request for a rezone, a preliminary plat, and 3 separate conditional use permits. This site consists of 7.64 acres of land. It's zoned R8, medium density residential, and CG, general retail and service commercial. And it's located at 403 East Fairview Avenue. This property was annexed into the city in 1969 without a development agreement. The comprehensive plan future land use map designation is commercial, 2.12 acres approximately on the north end, and high density residential, approximately 5.52 acres on the south end. The northern portion of this property adjacent to Fairview Avenue is zoned R8 and CC and is developed with 2 commercial buildings, a multi-tenant building with retail and restaurant uses where Ido Pizza is located, a paint store, Rhoda Paint, and associated parking. The portion of the site directly to the south is a mobile home park, and further to the south is vacant undeveloped land, all zoned R8. The applicant proposes to rezone 7.15 acres of land from the R8 and CG zoning districts to the R40, 6.61 acres, and CG 0.54 acre zoning districts, consistent with the underlying future land use map designations of high density residential and commercial. The rezone to CG will remove the non-conforming status of the retail store in the R8 zoning district, as such use is permitted use in the CG district. Mobile home park is a prohibited use in the proposed R40 zoning district. A conditional use permit is proposed to extend the non-conforming use until such time as the property redevelops in a minimum of 4 years. The proposed multifamily residential development is a conditional use in the R40 district, subject to the specific use standards for such in the UDC. The proposed single-family residential attached dwellings are a principal permitted use, and the single-family residential detached dwellings are a conditional use in the proposed R40 district. A preliminary plat is proposed consisting of 45 building lots, 30 single-family residential building lots, 5 multifamily residential building lots, and 2 commercial lots. and 8 common lots on 7.64 acres of land in the R40 and CG zoning districts. A gross density of 20.51 units per acre is proposed overall in the residential portions of the development. The plat is proposed to develop in 3 phases as shown. The single-family residential on the south end of the site is proposed to develop first with 30 single-family residential attached and detached dwellings at a gross density of 16.5 units per acre, with the multifamily residential development second with a total of 90 apartment units at a gross density of 28 units per acre, for an overall gross density of 28 units per acre, and rebuild the commercial area last shortly after the second phase. The phasing plan is based on the type of loan the applicant has on the property. Because the property is income producing, the loan will not allow the owners to disrupt the income being made off the existing commercial buildings and the mobile home park. Once the property is not encumbered by this loan condition, the owner will move forward with phase 2, providing market conditions warranted. Phase 3 will follow shortly thereafter. Due to the financing and timing, the applicant requests an additional period of time of approximately 4 to 5 years instead of the standard 2 years to obtain the city engineer's signature on the second phase final plat. This will allow ample time to notice the existing residents of the mobile home park of the plan to redevelop the property. Staff recommends the second phase final plat application is not allowed to be submitted for a minimum period of 4 years from the date of approval of the preliminary plat to allow residents of the mobile home park ample time to find other housing prior to redevelopment. This will require at least one time extension to be obtained in order for the preliminary plat to remain valid. There are 3 existing access driveways via Fairview and Arterial Street, 1 for the retail paint store on the west and 2 for the multi-tenant building. The western access is proposed to be removed and the eastern accesses are proposed to remain until redevelopment of that portion of the property occurs, as removal at this time would negatively affect existing uses. Upon redevelopment of the commercial portion of the site, all access via Fairview shall cease and access shall be provided via Northeast 3rd Street, the lesser classification of the 2 streets. There are 9 existing access driveways via Northeast 3rd Street, a local street designated on the master street map as a collector street. 2 for the commercial, 1 ingress-egress driveway for the mobile home park, and 6 driveway accesses for individual homes. The northern access via Northeast 3rd Street is proposed to be removed as it's too close to the intersection and doesn't conform to ACHD standards. The second access nearest Fairview is proposed to remain to serve the existing commercial retail store, and a new driveway access is proposed 30 feet to the south of the aforementioned driveway as depicted on the site plan, in alignment with the driveway on the west side of 3rd. Due to the traffic conflicts that will likely result with the 2 driveways so close together, staff is recommending these 2 accesses are combined and aligned with the driveway on the west side of 3rd, in accord with the UDC, which limits access points to collector streets. The existing driveway in alignment with Gruber Avenue on the west side of 3rd is proposed to remain and be reconstructed as a 30-foot wide curb return driveway as has been approved by ACHD. The remainder in the accesses are proposed to be closed. No access exists via Badley Avenue, a local street along the southern boundary of the undeveloped portion of the site. 2 new driveway accesses are proposed via Badley to the single-family residential portion of the development, which also provides connectivity to the multifamily residential and commercial portions of the development. Private streets are proposed for internal access to the proposed single-family and multifamily dwellings. With the subdivision, cross-access ingress-egress easements should be granted between the single-family and multifamily and commercial portions of the development via a note on the final plat or a separate recorded agreement. Alternative compliance to the off-street parking standards for single-family dwellings, which requires parking pads to be located in front of the garage to allow the parking pads for the 3-bedroom units to be located as close as possible to the corresponding unit, was approved by the director. Additional right-of-way is required to be dedicated along Fairview, but no improvements are required with this development, as Fairview is listed in the CIP to be widened from 5 to 7 travel lanes, with on-street bike lanes between 2036 and 2040. With development, the existing section of Northeast 3rd Street is required to be improved with an 8-foot wide planter strip and a 5-foot wide detached sidewalk abutting the site. and the unimproved section between Gruber and Badley constructed as a complete collector street in accord with the master street map and in general conformance with the city's downtown Meridian street cross-section master plan. Private streets are proposed for internal access to the proposed single-family and multifamily units for addressing purposes. The Pathways Master Plan depicts a 10-foot wide multi-use pathway off-site along the west side of Northeast Third Street and along East Fairview Avenue on this site. Internal pedestrian connections are required between the single-family, multifamily, and commercial portions of the development. A 25-foot wide street buffer is required along Fairview, and a 20-foot wide buffer is required along Northeast Third Street, landscaped in accordance with UDC standards. Because the single-family portion of the site is below 5 acres in size at 2.7 acres, the minimum common open space and site amenity standards do not apply. The southern portion of this project is within the Meridian Floodplain Overlay District, Zone AE, and will require a floodplain development permit. A conditional use permit is proposed to construct a 90-unit multifamily development on approximately 2.8 acres of land in the requested R40 zoning district. 5 3-story, 18-plex multifamily structures are proposed containing a mix of 45 units and 2-bedroom 45 units, ranging from 712 to 1,278 square feet in size. The amount of common open space proposed for the development exceeds the minimum standards. A minimum of a half acre of common open space is required. 0.94 acres proposed, which is almost twice the minimum required. A minimum of 4 site amenities are required, 1 from each category. The applicant proposes a swimming pool, clubhouse, dog park, community garden, a tot lot, and charging stations for electric vehicles from the quality of life, open space, recreation, and multimodal categories as required. Off-street parking is proposed in excess of the minimum standards with 9 extra spaces. 9 of the surface parking spaces need to be covered in order to meet the minimum standards for covered spaces. Conceptual building elevations were submitted for the proposed single-family structures as shown, and for the multifamily structures as shown. The single-family cottages are all proposed to be 2 stories in height with 2-car garages, while the multifamily apartment buildings are proposed to be 3 stories in height. The clubhouse will be a single story in height. The applicant's narrative states the multifamily buildings will use similar accents as the cottage. A conditional use permit is requested for the development of 10 single-family residential detached dwellings in the requested R40 zoning district. Typically, single-family residential uses are not a desired use in the R40 high-density residential zoning district. However, they are allowed as a conditional use. There are existing single-family residential dwellings to the west across Northeast Third Street and to the south across Badley Avenue. The proposed single-family residential homes at a higher density of 16.5 units per acre will assist in providing a transition to the multifamily residential apartments planned in the second phase of this development and should be compatible with adjacent uses. For these reasons, staff is supportive of the request. A conditional use permit is requested to allow the existing non-conforming parking, landscaping, and mobile home park to remain as is for an extended period of time until redevelopment occurs with the second and third phases of the proposed development. The non-conforming use of a portion of the site as a mobile home park and the parking and landscaping in the commercial portion of the development will remain as is until the second and third phases of development respectively, which will be approximately 4 to 5 years. The commission did recommend approval of these applications with the conditions in the staff report. And I'll just go over a summary of the commission hearing. Steve Arnold, the applicant's representative, testified in favor. There was no one testifying in opposition. Kelly Jean Warner did comment on the application. There was no written testimony received. And the only issue of discussion was the question from the neighbor regarding how the proposed development would affect adjacent properties in the area. Key issues of discussion by the commission are as follows. Concern pertaining to the extended time period for redevelopment of the mobile home park and commercial portions of the development, and feasibility of the developer's ability to refinance the property after the terms of the existing loan are satisfied. Concern pertaining to the upkeep of the mobile home park in the interim of people vacating the mobile homes prior to redevelopment of the site, and inclusion of a requirement for the mobile homes to be removed as they are vacated. Concern pertaining to the uncertainty of what's involved with the construction of a complete street section for Northeast Third Street between Gruber and Badley, i.e. if additional right-of-way is needed from the property to the west, if reimbursement for the cost of construction of the western portion of the street is possible from ACHD. And finally, inclusion of a sunset requirement for the conditional use permit or extension of the non-conforming uses. Commission changes to the staff recommendation are as follows. A sunset requirement of 4 years was included for the conditional use permit or extension of the non-conforming uses, consistent with the preliminary plat requirement in the development agreement. The pedestrian pathway along the eastern boundary of the single-family portion of the site shall be removed due to safety concerns. That is, if I can just take a moment and point that out, it's this pathway right here where my pointer is. Staff is requesting council allow this pathway as it provides access to the front of these units, which are accessed from the rear via the private street, which functions as an alley. And the applicant is also requesting that condition for removal be stricken. And finally, inclusion of a provision requiring the mobile homes and associated debris that are vacant at the beginning of phase 2 to be removed within 45 calendar days. If there are more than 5 vacant mobile homes, that time period is extended to 90 calendar days. The only outstanding issue for council tonight is, as I just mentioned, that staff requests condition A2.2F requiring the removal of the pedestrian pathway along the east side of the single family portion of the development is stricken. There has been no written testimony received since the commission hearing. The applicant is here to present tonight. South staff has. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. Council, questions for staff? Would the applicant like to come forward? Good evening.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, for the record, it's Steve Arnold. I'm with 18 Land Consultants, 1785 Whisper Cove, Boise 83709. I think Sonia has pretty much covered the project in its entirety. So what I'm going to try to do is give kind of a overview of a feel of what we're doing. The product that we're building here has only been built once before, and we did it in Boise, right next to what's Stone's Throw, which was a Meridian project. And it's got what we're calling these units at the south end. They're basically a cottage unit, and they are a mix of attached townhomes and detached single family units. I'll get to the pictures on these, but they essentially operate as a high density product. The one that we did at Irving and Mount Hood, it was 3 acres and we did roughly 60 units on it. 30 were the attached and 30 were the detached. And I'll get through some of these pictures here. Like I said, I think Sonia covered most of these. This is a pretty complicated application for the size of the project. I mean, we're 7 acres and we've got a ton of different applications that we're doing. We're not looking for variances, but because of the product type that we're doing, the single family cottage unit, because it is single family, it's required to have the additional 2 parking stalls in front of the garage. And because these are all alley loaded, we specifically prepared a parking exhibit so that council and staff could see that, you know, these parking spaces are reserved for these units. There's a good number of the units that we don't need parking in front of because they're 2-bed, 2-bath. It's just the 3-bed, 2-bath that you need parking in front of the garage. So basically 15 units is what we're asking for that is not in front of the garage. One of the things that was requested, and I think we can comply with everything that the commission asked for. The one item that we do not want to have installed is the sidewalk along the southeast corner. And again, that was just for the reasons to access the front of the units. The concern that the commission had at the time was basically there's an area there that there's not a lot of lighting. So what we would propose is to put some pathway lighting along that so that there is lighting, and that helps address the concerns. Sonia did touch basis on the 4 years and basically how we can't touch anything that affects the income production on this property. Hence, we're asking for the longer time before we start relocating the trailer homes and doing anything with the properties up front. We will have CCNRs, and they'll basically govern the commercial portion, the multifamily portion, and the cottage portion. Each of them will maintain certain things, like their parking, their prospective drive aisles. They all will have access, or at least the residential portion will all have access to the clubhouse and the other amenities. In the cottage areas, we added several amenities there that will, again, also be open to the multifamily. The one thing that came up at the commission hearing last time, and it's still a question, but I think it's something that we can work through. And we raised the red flag about 3rd Street because we thought that potential additional right-of-way would be required. And working with staff, I think we can move the majority of the roadway onto our property so that we can get it entirely built. And we'll take the burden from Badley to Gruber, and then from Gruber north to Fairview Avenue. The highway district and staff is just looking for a 1/2+12 and then modifying some of the buffers and stuff adjacent to us. We do have the Rhoda Paint building that sits very close to the current right-of-way. So we have that existing building that we've got to work with. And then we've got the pizza multi-tenant place that we've currently got to work with the existing configuration with the loop driveway to the far east and then the center driveway. But in the short term, there are a couple non-conforming driveways that we can clean up there. This site has been a challenge for a long time, and I'm hoping we can get to something that definitely looks a lot nicer. Just to go on record, we've read through all of the city conditions, the agency comments. We just got ACHD's report today, I believe. And we've gone through all those and we can comply with those. I won't go through the plat too much, other than to just kind of give you an idea. The southern portion, again, although it looks like they're private roads, they actually function as a alley load. So the whole south portion of the project is basically an alley load. And then the green spaces in between are what are mews or paseos, kind of a common walking area that you can enter to the front of the home. This kind of shows the site circulation, and it's our site plan that was submitted. I broke this slide out because we paid quite a bit of attention to parking on this. So to give you an idea, on the multifamily, there are required to be 158 stalls and then 9 guest parking. we're at 161 with 15 guest spaces. The cottages were basically right at what is all required. So the cottages at 3.2, that's basically saying it's a 3-bed, 2-bath, and it requires the 30 garages and then 30 parking spaces in front of the garage. The cottages that are 2-bed, 2-bath only require just the parking, so just the garages. But to give you an idea on the cottage guest area that we've shown around that, we've shown 20 additional parking stalls for those cottage units. And I'm sure some of the multifamily will be grabbing them too, but we have quite a bit of additional parking. And just go down to the commercial, there's only, between the two buildings, we're only required to do 33. We've got a total of 90. So we're well parked on this site. This gives you just kind of an idea that the layout and the open space. And again, here at the southeast corner, which would be the far left lower end, we would request that we can keep the proposed sidewalk and just have lighting. And then you could see the center park here was planned out in the cottage units. And that was mainly just to create a central focal area that had multi uses and multi amenities. And you can see what we're doing here in the center and the multifamily. But again, these will all happen in phases. The very first phase that we're going to do is the cottages at the south side. Before we could build there, we've got a flood zone that we got to clean up. So there's quite a bit of cleaning on this piece, but we still see it as very feasible, and ultimately we'll probably get rid of a big headache for the police out there. I put this slide together to give you an idea. 3rd Street is, as you can see, doesn't connect I forget that east-west road. 3rd Street doesn't connect badly to the Gruber. Gruber, there's no right-of-way that exists there. And then eventually we'll be extending Gruber as a private road to access the multifamily to the north. But 3rd Street could be a challenge, but I think it's with the help of staff and ACHD, I think we can get through it. This gives you an idea. This is looking at Gruber Street due south of Gruber. Give you an idea of, there may be a few trees that we're removing that could be a little bit of a challenge. This is getting into the cottage product, and I'll try to explain a little bit as we go through these. But this is a corner home, and as you can see on the face of the home faces the street, and then in the back, as you can see right behind the building is the alley that essentially we're going to be doing on this product type. There again, this gives you an idea of what the face of the buildings are and how they work with the roads. If you're looking far to the right-hand side of this, that would be the public street. Here's the single family portion. They blend in very well with the duplexes. Here again, this is the typical mu that we do on a high density product. And this being 11 units per acre, it's fairly low. So this one that we did over in Boise at 20 units an acre, the mu and the paseos are much narrower. Here again is the alley looking from behind. This gives you an idea. We're going to be doing similar fencing like this in our open areas. Here is a sketch of the multifamily because that's so far out. I know we'll be back in front of the city with a design review of some sort for this. And then the two discussion items, the one thing that we'd like is, and this isn't so much with the city, but if we can get backing from the city, that'd be great. Typically, an agency like ACHD requires you to do 1/2+12 of a road that you abut. In this particular case, ACHD and the city is asking for the full street section of Third Street between Badley and Gruber. And in this situation, it probably does make good sense to build the road at one particular time, because the likelihood of things redeveloping on the west side are very unlikely. But we'd like to entertain discussions about reimbursements of that. And this property is in what's called an opportunity zone, and it's also in the Meridian downtown development zone that I believe there's a process and funding mechanisms to do that. We do ask for help on this. I do see this road as a challenge, and with the city and ACHD's help, I think it can be done. And with that, I'll stand for any questions, and I appreciate the opportunity to present in front of you tonight.
Thank you. Council, any questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
two questions. Steve, the nature of SIPTED and why the commission probably wanted to get rid of that pathway on that east side with the lack of lighting.
Correct.
Mitigation of that SIPTED concern is putting in some type of bollard or pathway light. Correctly, that you would be willing to put that in.
We could do both.
Okay, thank you. Second question. The decision to wait 4 years on the trailer park is hinged to the loan, correct?
Yes, Mayor, Councilman Overton, that's correct. And it's also, we're going to need some time to help relocate a bunch of people that probably going to have a challenge.
Well, that's my second part of that one. With that being said, 4 years, I got to say that gives people plenty of time to find a new place, call a home. I don't know how many of us lived there for a long time in that trailer park over a career. My other question is, during those 4 years, who's going to be in charge of maintaining that as we get closer to that 4-year mark to make sure up until the point of it redeveloping doesn't just fall to pieces?
Mayor, Councilman Overton, same group of people that's maintaining it now. I mean, they've got a maintenance group that comes in and takes care of it, but the intent is we're not to let it to go to pot in the time. The intent is to, one, I mean, we shouldn't underscore the value of the loan, because that we can't do anything about. As much as I'd like to sound like a great neighbor, you know, the 4 years is mainly based on the fact that we can't change the loan, not that these people need 4 years to get out. I mean, they could theoretically get out in 6 to 9 months. But yeah, during the time frame between now and when we redevelop with the multifamily, we'll be maintaining that, and we can add language in our CC&Rs if there's something specific that the council would like to see in that.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Arnold. I have some concerns. So to me, this opens the door to eliminating some of the very few amount of affordable housing we have in the city. I don't know where these folks would go. I mean, so I have a real concern around that. How many people are in the existing mobile home park? That's my first question. And then I'd like to know, are you trying to address, you know, a need at a certain price point with your new product that you're bringing online? Do you want to talk about that a little bit? But just thinking about, we have a mobile home park and now we're going to be getting multifamily with charging stations and a dog park and it's going to be beautiful, but that sounds like class A, product to me. So I want to kind of understand without getting into rents or anything, but what kind of part of the market are you addressing through your development? What's the maturity of your loan? If you can disclose that, because it sort of speaks to the timing as well. Those are kind of my three initial questions.
Mayor Simpson, Councilwoman Strader, so we started out, and Bill and I have been talking about this project for probably 6 years. So it used to be 6 years that the loan was fully matured on that, or I shouldn't say that. It was 6 years until they could refinance that loan. And I'm not privy to their financial situation. The other question you had was, if I interpret this correct, were we providing affordable housing? There's not been any discussion on that, but the one thing that it is doing and I've got kids renting right now, is we're bringing more rental stuff onto the market, the multifamily, and that'll help overall drive rent down. So that's the affordability part. The number of people that are living in there, I don't have a head count. But I do know for a fact that there are programs that take anywhere between 6 months to a year and a half for people to apply to get assisted housing. And I know there's current programs for that, but I can't say this is going to be affordable, anything like what it's at right now. I mean, some of these things shouldn't be lived in.
Mr. Mayor.
That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, a really sensitive topic, right? And so just to reflect back to you a little bit. So it sounds like you're saying there's an issue with substandard housing at this mobile home park. I don't know if that's true or not, right? I mean, we do have, standards in the city, but, just because housing is different than maybe what our price point might be or what we might prefer, that doesn't mean that that isn't acceptable housing for someone else. So I would need to understand a little bit more about the conditions at the site to agree or disagree with that. But I am concerned because I actually have a friend who moved to a mobile home park like far outside of town, like over near Mountain Home. And they were on a wait list for almost a year to get into that particular area. This is just an anecdotal conversation I had with somebody that I know, but from what I understand, there's not any vacancy in the Treasure Valley for a mobile home. And so 4 years seems like a long time, but I'm concerned that maybe the financing market will change, or, maybe the cottages component will be built quickly, or, maybe something will change. And then that time frame to allow these folks to find new housing will be changed, and they won't have a lot of time. And then I think it sounds like they would need to go on public assistance is what you're saying. We don't know that, but that seems like a really problematic fact pattern. So I'm just struggling with the human element of this one. I don't think there's going to be a great answer for it, but this is a big problem we're having. We think supply and demand is what's driving rents, and that may not be true. Like if we're just building class A and everyone's coming from other states where they have, a different cost of living, and then they come here and the people that are moving in taking class A apartments are displacing existing residents. And so that's a concern I have. But I don't know what the answer is. I mean, you own this property, you have a right to develop it, but there is a real big elephant in the room of what will happen to the people that live here.
Mr. Mayor. Steve, I didn't want to step on your toes if you want to respond.
No,
Councilman Cavanagh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Steve, couple comments. One, I really like the cottage product. I think that's a nice fit for downtown Meridian. I've got a lot of love for the old Idaho Pizza Company, the Idaho Pizza Company building. That was my to make us all feel old. That was my daycare when I was in kindergarten. It was like Greenleaf Academy. So they had a great sandbox. So I love that piece of property. A couple things, and some of it is to Councilmember Strader's questions about the trailer park. And it's not lost on me that many of those units are in disrepair and there's some significant blight, but it's also not lost to me that that is housing for people. So Councilmember Strader, I think, asked around it, and I want to give you another chance maybe to respond. Because I think that the plan for the apartments is upscale premium, I think is the terms that you use in your narrative. So again, certainly not a place that these current residents are going to live. So they will be displaced. And so I think it's important for the council to have a good understanding as to what you or your business partner, employer, what their plan is to support those people. What is the plan? You outlined 4 years because of the loan. Although I think you do also indicate in your narrative that even after 4 years, you may not move forth depending on the market. So help the council understand what is your plan for these people to move them out of their existing home.
Mayor Simpson, Commissioner or Councilman Cavanagh, the specifics of the plan really has not come up yet. I mean, that's something that's down the road, but it is something that we've thought about. I mean, I've actually personally met with some of the they're not landowners, the residents that live in there, and I've learned more than I've knew about mobile homes. And apparently the mobile home industry, there's a lot of places, and I'm probably speaking out of turn, that won't let you bring in a mobile home that is over a certain age.
Yeah.
And that's news to me. So some of these homes that are there, they can't physically be moved.
Sure. So go ahead, Steve.
So there is going to be some logistics there. You got a plan on how that's going to be taken care of. No, and then one of the portion of that plan may be to look into the multifamily and affordable housing there, but that's not been looked into at all right now.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Steve, I appreciate your candidness on that. For me as a council member, I think these are technically county residents, but these are people. And so I just want to be upfront with you. I like a lot of this project. I'm not going to support it tonight until you've got a plan about how we're going to handle those people, because that maybe finding affordable housing or essentially becoming homelessness is a conversation non-starter for me this evening. So sounds like you've thought about it. Again, you haven't heard from the rest of the council, but I think that's an important piece that you're going to that's a big piece of the puzzle that I think that you have an obligation to address, because you're going to displace these people. And you've got plenty of time to do it. So bring us a plan that makes me feel comfortable that we're going to take care of these people.
Mayor Simpson, Councilman Cavanagh, I believe my client is online tonight, and they own several mobile homes. So I'm hoping that he raises his hands online and can give you examples of what they've done in the past. Because he and I have not talked about that.
Sure. And Mr. Mayor, I invite that. I just think it's important. Ideas are fantastic, conceptual nature. Until I see something that is either part of a development agreement or something that is tied to your rezone request, I can't in good conscience be supportive of anything until that particular piece is answered, as much as I really like what you're trying to do in downtown.
Yeah, just to clarify, I want to make sure I heard or didn't hear correct. I think you said these are county. I think this is annexed into the city, and these are city residents.
Yes.
Yeah, just so that was clear for yourself before moving forward. So,
Mayor, if I may just add some commentary on this, because certainly in the 6 years that Steve and I have been talking about this has been part of our conversation, because same thing as a planner, that's something that we certainly don't strive to do, is displace people. I can tell you that I've fielded many questions from the residents out here as well. And I rest assured them that they were not going to be kicked out of their home within the next 3 to 6 months. That was their concern, is that there was adequate time for them to find a new location to move to. So I at least wanted to tell you that's the case. I mean, they were concerned at P and Z, they showed up. Those concerns were brought up at P and Z, as Sonia alluded to you tonight. But certainly to your point, Councilman Kavner, if it is your desire to have that plan, you have the ability to require the applicant to come forward. No, don't let them move forward with phase 2 of the development unless they have that plan. It's an option. And let them get going on phase 1 and develop some of the undeveloped portion of the site. And then with phase 2, prior to them moving forward with any development on that site, you want a secure plan on how that is going to occur. Because I think it is a very important component of the complexity of this project, because there are so many different moving pieces. But just a couple thoughts that I had, and just share that commentary with you as well. Thank you.
And the Mark did raise his hand, and so he is available for comment. Would the council like to hear at this point in time from him? Okay, so Mark.
Yeah, Mark Kelly with the owner, one of the owners of the project. We have a few ideas of how to mitigate it. We have the same concern as the city council members have as far as displacing people. And just to reiterate though, the multifamily is not I would not consider it a class A. They're smaller 1 and 2 bedroom units. So they will be more on the affordable side. They won't be no discussions of deed restrictions or anything to this point. But we are actually building a mobile home park in Ontario, Oregon, which we are anticipating having completed this summer. It's a mobile home park. A number of the units out there at Elm Grove are RVs, as well as the older mobile homes that Steve referenced. In some cases, you can upgrade those older mobile homes and comply with the current codes. It just depends on how the electrical and the various systems need updating. But we would be open to, paying to move the existing homes that would be applicable, that could be moved to the park we're building there in Oregon. It is a bit of a logistics with our loan, and then with moving people, just from the standpoint, obviously our lender doesn't want to see our cash flow evaporate on this site. So it's a bit of a challenge, but we'd certainly be open to looking at a plan to move people and provide a certain amount of funding. I don't believe the city has any criteria that is required for any of that I'm aware of. And in past discussions, it wasn't mandated that the city had a particular program, but we're certainly open to all different ideas. I think we have a good solution. The park we're building is 50 spaces of mobile homes. We have about 20 homes that we're putting on there now that we're intending to rent, and they are at affordable prices. So we could offer people to move into those, or we could offer to move their homes as well, if they can be brought up to the standards that allow them to be moved into Oregon.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Mark, that's helpful. I'm not quite sure I'm necessarily in agreement of those suggestions, but I do appreciate that it sounds like that you've put some thought into that. Again, I want to be upfront with you. I like a lot of this project. I struggle a little bit with the multifamily piece and its location in downtown and Fairview, but I think I can get around that. I guess, and again, I recognize I've spoken a lot about this tonight.
I'm still not in a spot that I'll be supportive of this application. You know, I'd encourage you to take feedback from the council. We may make a decision tonight, but I guess I would not be comfortable without you bringing something that is proposed to be tied to your application that provide option A, B, and C to the residents that you're planning the phasing of that. So just food for thought from one council member this evening.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, council member Overton. I got disconnected there.
Councilman Cavanagh, do you want to repeat?
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Mark, I was just sharing that I appreciate you at least kind of laying out some conceptual ideas. I think it's important, and again, I don't want to get above my skis and encourage you requesting continuance, because again, that may be premature and council may have additional questions, but I think it's important that you bring a plan to the council that lays out what your formalized intentions would be, at least before I'd be supportive of looking at any type of rezone request.
Okay. I think Bill has a good solution. We all have been working on this project for several years. So I like the idea of the phasing, just to put our perspective on the table. We're getting a little worn out on this project, to be honest with you, and it is in an opportunity zone, and it's begging for some redevelopment there, especially with the vacant land in the back. I think Bill's come up with a good solution as far as allowing that to move forward and letting us all come up with a agreeable solution to the relocation of the people that are living there.
Council, any additional questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
not a series of questions, but maybe some comments too. So I appreciate your testimony and just being forthright about the situation. I did not realize that it's possible that some of these homes cannot be moved because they don't meet some standards that are out there. So that's important information. That is actually makes it worse than I realized. And so, you know, this is an opportunity zone. So, you know, theoretically, US taxpayers are subsidizing these projects. And then in addition, it could displace Meridian residents, which would cause them to seek public assistance. So it just feels like layers of just like some ethical issues that I'm having. So I share Councilman Cavanagh's perspective. I think what would be important, because I view the rezone as kind of the leverage that we have in this situation. And so I'm concerned that if we grant the rezone now, just contingent on having a plan, and we don't see sufficient detail in that plan, at that point, you know, we've already given you the ability to move forward with some sort of a plan. And I think having a plan that's adequate is going to be really important here. I love the ideas of Mr. Kelly about, you know, giving the residents a potential alternative in Ontario. Ontario is pretty far, you know, but that at least would be an alternative. So I would encourage you to explore that. And again, this is just a couple of council members. I don't know how the others will end up feeling about it, but if you do go down the road of coming up with a plan, you know, maybe another alternative would be, and having been a lender myself for many years and understanding how that would work, is you could certainly build the cottages. You could present your plan to us. If we agreed, that would be great. You could go ahead and build your phase one, and then you'll hopefully have sufficient cash flow from that at that point you could start, you know, implementing a plan to move the residents from the mobile home park. But I think another alternative you could consider would be, you know, subsidizing at some different rent point for them at the site on the multifamily portion as well. So that could be another alternative that would be within your control, but certainly would impact your cash flow. It's a tough one. I personally need to see a plan too. I think there's a high likelihood that without a plan, the folks that are at the mobile home park could be added to the homeless population here. And that, you know, all of the Meridian and Treasure Valley ends up subsidizing that at the end of the day. So that's where I'm at as well.
Council additional, Councilman Pro.
I agree with my fellow council with a couple of different thoughts. I actually have worked with individuals in this kind of situation in my vocation, displacing mobile home parks for development. I'm intimately aware with moving mobile homes, been there, it's tough. But I agree that it would be wonderful for us to be able to help the individuals that live in there. And however, I realize that we can't condition that on you in the sense of requiring the specific ways that you go about it. So definitely interested in hearing your solutions on that. My question, to take it just a little bit different direction on sort of a technicality was, as you would be building phase one, with that little road network there, where would construction vehicles come in, and how would is that going to interrupt or disrupt the residences in that area?
Mayor Simpson, Commissioner, Councilman Pearl, most likely they would be coming down 3rd Street from Fairview Avenue.
Steve, can you get near one of the mics?
Yeah, most likely they'd be coming Fairview down 3rd to the site, and then just work their way either in the right of way of 3rd Street or just jump on site right away.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
So I don't have the map in front of me, but if I remember correctly, 3rd ends about where the bare ground part of your development starts. So they would just move on to the dirt then at that point, straight south of where 3rd ends, and do a staging area there.
My guess is, yeah, if we didn't build 3rd first, is they would put their staging area off at 3rd. Just south of the mobile homes.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
Since it sounds like this won't be our last meeting, would you mind asking your client to please clarify how that will work? If there's an intent to use only 3rd, or if they had planned on coming up from the south, and how that might affect the residents. I think that's important given the size of vehicles that will be driving in those streets are narrow and short, and we don't want construction vehicles really parking on any of those. So I'd like to hear more about that when you come back. And then the other question I have is related to the alley loads. So I'm not a huge fan of alley loads in general, because we find so many issues with parking and trash cans and HVAC vehicles, and just so many problems with alley loads from just practically. And the concern I have with yours specifically is that I just didn't see any area where a furniture truck can come deliver furniture, where any kind of commercial vehicle can come in and do what they need to do. They can't access it from the front. And then the other comment I have on that is I find it a little bit odd that the front of these units, yes, they will have a pathway on either side, but one is facing to the east, it's facing like an apartment building. And then to the west, it'll be facing a street. And so it just seems to me like the orientation of these, it really isn't neighborhood feel. It's not a community feel. And I'm just kind of struggling with the fronts of the units facing west and east and not kind of turning in all toward one another. The middle area is great, the way it's set up with the grass. And then, that the front of the units are facing toward one another and there's green space, but on the outsides, it seems really disjointed.
Yeah, if I can follow up on that. On the outsides, that's the way they're supposed to be. They're supposed to be kind of facing the street. That's the feel of this product type. And that's why there's the alley that's behind them. But in regards to the commercial vehicles, it's no different than a commercial vehicle in an apartment complex. We don't have really any dead end drive aisles. So a commercial vehicle can come in and and park and unload and load. So it's really no different than any other multifamily project.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
we are starting to see and request but can't require sort of loading and unloading types of spaces for those vehicles that are coming through. And I'd like to see an option for that in this. And then to clarify, I am understanding correctly that the garages on the east and west sides of these units are going to face the pavement, correct? And the front of the house will face the walkway. Is that right? So the front of those homes to the east are going to face the side of a building, and to the west, they're going to face a street?
That's correct. To the east, they're facing the Mew or the Paseo. And then to the west, they're facing 3rd Street.
Okay. Yeah, that design seems really disjointed to me in relation to what's happening in the center area for those residents. It doesn't give it much of a community feel, in my opinion. That's just a observation based on what we see that comes through and the requests that we get from the community on kind of how they want to live. When I look at the open space rendering, I just see pavement, just tons of pavement. And mostly that's in the commercial area. I'm very familiar with that commercial area, but this looks like a lot of blacktop.
Hey, Steve, do you mind if I respond to that?
Sure.
You know, this is an urban project with front door stoops and oriented to the front yards, trying to get people out on the front porches and on their front yards and interacting in the community. I agree with the commercial area. That's a lot of pavement. But in the cottages, I strongly urge you to go look at the project on Mount Hood and what's the cross street? Irving and Mount Hood. And that's done at 20 to the acre. This is half the density. We learned some things over there as far as your concerns with trash and parking. And we're parked here twice the amount. We have a wider alley with additional 5 feet on either side. We started this project at that same density, you know, where we had about 40 units or 50 units on this site. And now we're down to 30. And we have the ability to leave the garbage in the alleys, and the garbage trucks can drive through. This is a really incredible product. I think you should try to walk it over there and get a better feel for it, because you don't have a sea of cars on a parking area with this product like you do with all the fourplexes and all the multifamily stuff. The cottages is a great community feel with a lot of open space and green areas, and it provides people that can't afford a larger home to live in a house that's like a larger house, with glazing on 2 or 3 sides of each room and a lot of really great aspects to it. So I encourage all the council members to go over there and look at that project and see it. We get nothing but compliments. Builder Magazine's about to write an article about that project over there for all of its great characteristics. And I just encourage you to go over there and see it and try to understand that what we're doing in the city of Meridian is half that density. And we've been working on this thing for a long time with staff. And to be honest with you, we're getting worn out. We've got other projects that we need to focus on. And I hope you will consider Bill Parsons' suggestions as far as the phasing and dealing with the mobile home park and the other issues, so that we can get moving with this project.
Council, I think we have at least one person who's here to testify. Are there additional questions you would like to ask the applicant at this time, or can we at least hear from the public? Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Lucy Level. I apologize if I mispronounced that.
Yeah, appreciate you being here this evening. And when you get up to the mic, if you can state your name and address for the record.
My name is Lucy Level. My home is just outside of the Meridian city limits at 2720 South Ariel Lane. However, I am the primary owner of the complex that is on the east side of this project, the Creekside Arbor complex, which is on the east side of this. And I do have concerns, and my concerns are almost conflicting in a way, because I am very concerned and have been for years about the conditions in the trailer park and also the conditions of the trailers. I would submit to you that we have people already who are in substandard housing. And that concerns me. It also concerns me about the looks of the place. I don't know if you've driven through it or even driven down badly, but it looks not like we want Meridian to look. It's not, I won't say it's not kept up. I don't know how they keep it up, but there are all kinds of vehicles, both working and non-working, and various trailers. And we've had to complain when they were stacking lumber next to our fence. And making it pretty bad. And that was the tenants of the trailer park. That was not the owners doing that, I'm sure. I talked to Mark several years ago about buying the first, what is going to be their first phase. I personally could not see putting two-story buildings where I would have windows overlooking that portion of the trailer park. I'm sure that part of the trailer park is in better condition than some other parts, but I wouldn't ask tenants to rent an apartment that looked down on that. And so that's a concern for me. It's also a concern I have for the people that are doing this project. I don't think that, I just don't know if it's feasible to build just the phase one of their apartments, because there's a lot of infrastructure work that has to be done with that particular portion. I'm not sure if it's almost unfair to them to require that that's the only part they can build until they get this loan extended. I'm also unclear as to whether, if they can't change the use of the trailer park, if they need that income for the 4 years of this loan. I'm concerned that we're overlapping our 4 years. They need the income, they need people to stay there for those 4 years. And then we're talking about giving people the 4 years to move out. That seems a conflict to me. And I'm concerned about that. I have great respect for Mr. Arnold and for the owners of this property. And I think they will do a very good job, but I'm very concerned about the conditions in the trailer park. Both for the people that live there and the people that have to look at it. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Thank you. Clerk, do we have anybody else sign up? I do see we have one other person online.
We did not, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. That may be somebody for our next application, but if you're online and want to provide testimony, please use the raise your hand feature. Seeing no one, would the applicant like to come forward for any additional comments, additional final comments, however you want to see them?
Mayor, members of council. You know, just looking at these pictures, you can see that there is something there that needs to be cleaned up. And the intent is, and that's with this project, was to do exactly that. The feasibility of development and whether it makes sense to do what they're doing financially, I leave that up to my clients, and these guys have done several projects with. So I'm not worried about the feasibility. I think they've got their numbers figured out. I think the biggest thing that I hear tonight moving this forward is having a plan to help relocate our neighbors that are living there before a lot of several council members can feel secure about making a decision on doing a rezone. And nothing wrong from the council or the mayor up till now. It's, I know Mark expressed, we've been working on it a long time. Well, we finally got it here. So that's a good thing. But yeah, we have been working on this a long time. And anything that the mayor and council can do to help speed things along would be greatly appreciated. I do like Mr. Parsons' idea about the having a development agreement in place before phase 2. Maybe we have a development agreement that includes the discussion for the relocation before we even sign something. I'm not getting warm and fuzzies from that, but I'm trying. But yeah, anything that we can keep doing, even if it's to move us to the next agenda that and put us first, of course. But I'll stand for any additional questions. I think I answered.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
Thank you. I would be hesitant to ask you as an applicant to contribute or commit a certain amount of dollars to these residents individually. I don't feel like it's that we should ask that specific of detail from you. But I'm curious, that's just my opinion. I can't speak for my fellow council. I do want to see, so when we're asking you about potentially helping folks relocate, we all might have different ideas about what that looks like. And I don't think we can really truly condition that in the sense of telling you how to go about that. The most important concern for me is that you be having conversations with these folks. And it's a very, very big deal to talk to. How many tenants are in there?
The question was asked before. I'm not 100%.
Okay.
There's approximately 40 spaces.
26. It would be a big ask to ask you to individually go have conversations with each tenant about what their needs are. But I noticed that there was not any written testimony, and I don't know what the neighborhood meetings were like. Maybe you can give us some feedback on that, but I would just encourage you to have additional conversations with the tenants individually. I assume Mr. Kelly owns this land and it's being managed. Did I understand that to be the case? Okay. I think starting from there may be solutions that you can help present to them that are potentially even easier than we anticipate. So I don't want to sit here and have us kind of, throw out ideas. I would be much more inclined to encourage you to just have conversations. I assume you probably already have had some. And just find out what it is they would expect to have happen, hopefully not the sun, moon, and stars. But the reality is even if you were to provide them with some funds to move to a different location, they're still going to have to be able to afford the rents in Meridian. And there's no way, no matter, I mean, we could build out everything that we have in the pipeline, and we're still not going to come even close to the number of units we would need to start driving rental prices down. It's just not there. It's going to, we're years out from that. So the only thing to do is stop demand or slow demand, right? And we have no control over that whatsoever. So my encouragement to you, and what I would like to see happen when you come back before us, is to see that you've had conversations with the folks that live there, get actual information about what it is they feel they need, and then do your best to guide them in that. And that's all I would expect me individually as a council member from you in that regard. But I can't speak for everyone else, but that's something that I'll be watching for.
Councilwoman Pearl, I think that would be great. And I'd like to hear from the rest of the council as to what they're looking for as well. I know there's no specifics that you want to asked as a requirement, but at least give us guidance of what the main concerns are. I will tell you though, we did have 2 neighborhood meetings, 3, and these guys were notified. No one showed up. So it may be a challenge. Maybe we go out there with a board or something.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Thank you. Well, this challenge, I think I feel a little differently in terms of what I think a good plan would involve some type of either relocation assistance or some sort of plan. I think it's very fortunate that the owner is building this other park. It could be a tremendous option to help. I don't know what form it needs to take, but it would have to be, something along those lines for me personally. Another option, and it's just exploring, but another option could be if you were to take a continuance. Certainly the city has worked with our partners at HUD and, Idaho Housing and et cetera. Maybe there is something to be explored. We recently built the first affordable, well, at least helped contribute to the first affordable housing project in Meridian that will be built. Perhaps there is appetite to explore some sort of a partnership between you and others to try to maybe set aside a portion of the future product as, more affordable. Again, that would be kind of trailblazing, so it's sort of hard to come up with an idea right now, right? And I understand you're frustrated. Well, the owner especially is frustrated because of the amount of time you've been working on it. But I just sort of feel like Meridian should take care of its own people. And so, if we ever were going to expend resources to try to come up with some sort of a public and private partnership, this kind of a situation feels like one where we should look at how much would the city ultimately be subsidizing homelessness compared to actually contributing toward housing that's not substandard as it is now. So I don't know. This is a big conversation. I think there could be more creative options besides just moving people to Ontario. I think that is a viable option to explore, but it makes me sad that we'd be sending people outside of our community. So I don't know. So that's just some feedback though. I appreciate you've been working on it for a long time, and it's a tricky project. I personally like the cottages. I don't have any issue with the product at all. I think it's beautiful. I think it really reminds me of a starter home, something that we rarely see. I liked the approach to it, and so I don't have concerns around the product itself. I just more have continued concerns around how we can try to navigate through the mobile park residents. That's my main concern. That's it for me. I would recommend a continuance personally, because I couldn't get there tonight. And then hopefully city staff could also explore alternatives as well in that time.
Mr. Mayor. Councilman Hoagland.
Just to add my thoughts on this, it is a difficult one. Have a situation where you've got vacant land and you can do infill, you have substandard housing, and there really is no place for these people to go at the level of income that there is. I mean, that there's no place to go. At the same time, if we do not do anything, it will not change. It will continue to be what it is for a very long time and will continue to probably deteriorate. So I was intrigued by Bill's solution, because that's a plan of action. Okay, we're going to make something happen. What it is, we don't know yet, but we will get there. And we do have the element of time. It's not saying, oh, in 3 to 6 months, we're going to do X. We've got 4 years approximately to figure out what that is, but you have to have a plan in place and begin that process to make it happen. And we know the retail is going to likely be retail, might be reconfigured down the road in phase 3. What's going to happen in phase 1. We're going to have a good idea. Phase 3, what's phase 2 going to be like? Okay, we don't know. And that is what we'd have to work on over that period of time to get to that point. I mean, are we ready to approve a trailer park in Meridian for people to park trailers on? No, because we don't have any zoning that would allow that. I don't think. It's a situation that it remains status quo or it changes completely. And to leave it status quo isn't necessarily what we want to have. So what do we do? That's my dilemma that I'm trying to work through. And I think Bill gave us an option that I think that should be worth discussing. Now, if we want a continuance to think about it and maybe Steve and Mark, mull things over a little bit, what would that look like? But at the same time, we know funding is the issue. How do you revenue stream this thing and make it work? I don't know, but anyway, that's where I am. We're either going to just not touch it and leave it till let somebody else on another council deal with it, or we try to figure something out with the plan that's in front of us, or we just wait for someone else. They sell it and somebody new comes in and gives it another try. So anyway, that's just my thinking, what's running through my head.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
I have maybe a question for staff so one of my concerns was that the refinancing market changes or things change and that this displacement of folks could happen earlier than 4 years. Is that possible? Or is it no earlier than 4 years? Because I didn't see at least that language.
Just from a practical standpoint, displacement of these people could start in 30 days. I mean, just so everyone's clear, I mean, they could cease to be a mobile home park in 30 days if they so chose to be.
Mr. Mayor, I understand, but I'm trying to think of is there a practical way to go about this? If there were 4 years, maybe the city would have time to try to work with the applicant on, an affordable housing project in this location or some setting aside a portion of the apartment units or something. I'm just concerned that we're going to approve the zoning change and then, we have no leverage and there's no plan. And if there is a plan, it's not fleshed out, and it just feels irresponsible to me to go about it that way.
Mr. Mayor, excuse me, Councilwoman Strader, Council. There is a provision in the development agreement that the final plat for the second phase of development shall not be submitted to the planning division for a minimum period of 4 years from the date of approval of the preliminary plat to allow residents ample time to find other housing prior to redevelopment of the site. So there is that provision, but like you say, the owner of the property could terminate the use before then. We can't control that. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
I want to echo what Councilman Hoagland said, and also just kind of point out the obvious. This property owner can give these folks 30 to 90 days right now, regardless of anything we do tonight. And then he can walk back in and say, okay, I don't have any residents. Here's what I want to do. I think we're getting hung up on something that's going to happen. When it happens, I don't know. But I think we're getting hung up on something that's going to redevelop. It's not in our control. And we want the best for the people that are there. But in reality, that's also still not in our control. It can just be our best wishes as we go forward.
Mayor, members of the council, if I can just kind of vet that solution I proposed earlier, I think what Sonia just explained, condition covers that. It kind of slows down that from happening. But to your point, it is a complicated topic and there's a lot of moving parts to it. And that's why I felt if we allow them to get something going on the first phase, and that allows us adequate time to work with the applicant and get a lot of those I's dotted, T's crossed to try to get a plan in place and make that happen. I think from staff's perspective, a continuance for 4 to 6 weeks isn't going to get you a plan that you're looking for. This is going to take probably months or more. We've been working with this applicant for over a year on this application. We've been processing it. And I've been talking with them about it for at least 4 or 5 years. So to the applicant's credit, they're bringing forth their best effort. They understand this is a concern. They actually want to put the 4-year clause on themselves because they want to make sure they do the right thing. But I think from our perspective, getting something, it's a trade-off, right? They're asking for a rezone. They're asking for a subdivision. We don't have 3rd Street constructed. So there's an incomplete street here that provides another public benefit here. So there's a lot of good things happening too, but there's always that difficult conundrum that we put ourselves in when we look at redevelop and trying to make things work. So again, it was one solution, but certainly happy to allow you to continue having that dialogue. But again, I don't know if a 2 or 3 months continuance is going to get you what you want.
Mr. Mayor? May I?
Yes, Sonia.
Another option might be go forward as Bill's proposing, and then maybe require a modification to the development agreement prior to this second phase redeveloping, so that the applicant can come before you again there and explain, maybe some options for housing for these residents. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pro.
can you roll through that one more time, Sonia?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Council. What I was suggesting is going forward with Bill's proposal, allow them to go forward with the first phase of development. And then prior to any development occurring in that second phase, have the applicant come back before you for a development agreement modification. Like, for instance, including a provision in the development agreement now that says that the applicant shall come back prior to redevelopment of the second phase of the project with a proposal for housing for these residents that will be displaced.
Mr. Mayor. Councilman Borton just unmuted, and so the
Sorry.
I'll let Councilman Borton go ahead. Councilman Borton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I appreciate the discussion and in particularly mindful of concerns of council with regards to kind of a unique gentrification issue for the city. And there very well might be conditions like Sonia and Bill are talking about, alternate ways to try and capture some control over a plan or even some context to protection for some of these concerns. I don't think it needs to be a month or 2 months, and Steve's a seasoned planner who probably in 2 weeks could outline and pinpoint the specifics of 2 or 3 different ways you might, as a council, we might capture this concern and be protected whether that's through a DA mod, whether that's through approving everything except the CUP on the multifamily. There may be several different ways that will have some trigger to control these concerns. I don't know if you're going to solve it tonight necessarily. The discussion is I think it's well reasoned. It's making me pause and think about this application. I think these are concerns. It sounds like the applicants contemplated. Steve certainly thought about it, and our planning staff's thought about it. But I envision in 2 weeks being able to provide to us a list of, now that we understand the concerns with displacement and how this 4-year window might work, I bet Steve could put a fine point on it and say, here's 2 or 3 different ways I think we can become comfortable with approving this, knowing there's some future review. I just think it's difficult to try and articulate that language right now in light of this discussion. It was just one example, and I'll be quiet. But Councilwoman Strader brings up the reality of providing a plan for how it will be addressed can mean a variety of different things, and it could be a superficial plan that merely checks a box and just doesn't really address any of the concerns, but the horse is out of the barn. So that's not this applicant's intent, but there really is going to be some careful language needed however this is addressed, which is why I'm quiet and pondering the concerns. So I respect the questions from my fellow council members on it. I think the mind and heart is in the right place. It might take a couple of weeks to come up with some specific language, at least in my mind.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland. Emma, I had a question for Sonia as you're talking, and that is, and it gets into, I think, what Councilman Borton raises is, if we were to approve something and say, okay, we'll do the rezone, but then we'll allow phase 1 to proceed, and then we'll wait on phase 2. If we do that rezone, then they've got ability to go forward, and how do we adequately condition or DA or however we do that? And that's why I think Councilman Borton has good words of stepping back and, okay, thinking this through, having the applicant kind of look at this and consider some things, having staff. We've started down a path of a possible solution, but then how do we make sure the appropriate things take place at the right time in the right way? Because I don't know what those really are. I don't want to miss something that is important. So, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland, we do have some options if we want to continue this. I don't know what the hearings are, but we have 3 hearings on June 6th. We don't have any hearings scheduled at this time for the 13th. That certainly can change. And then we have 4 on the 20th.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I'd almost, with that information, share with Steve and Mark and kind of get some of their feedback as well. If you've heard 3 dates kind of proposed, is there any of those 3 that work better for you than others? Recognizing you want to move quickly on this, but.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Cavanagh. The 13th, I believe I've freed up. The 20th, I've freed up. The 6th, I believe I have another hearing at a different jurisdiction. So the soonest that we could come back would be the 13th. Although maybe we don't need to come back.
Mr. Mayor.
This is the only issue.
Councilman Hoagland. Mayor, I wanted to ask staff though, what does the 13th work for you to come back and have further discussion on this? And Because I think you do other things on other nights too. I'm not sure.
20th might be better, just to allow a little extra time for both parties. And then to prepare a memo to get out to council a week before the hearing, the deadline.
Yeah, we don't have a meeting next week. And then we won't do the 6th and then the 13th, so that'd be 3 weeks, but we can do the 20th. We do have 4 hearings, but I don't know what those hearings are. If they're nice, simple, short plats or long and involved other type of
They're
projects.
pretty simple. There's a time extension, a final plat, and 2 vacations.
Oh,
So those should all be, those are all
Okay.
mine.
Okay.
But they should all be pretty quick.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland,
And this project, of course, be first.
Cool.
Steve, you were okay on the 20th, correct? It was the 6th that you had complications with?
Yeah, the only one was the 6th.
Okay.
13th to 20th.
Council, we in agreement to that, then I would move that we continue.
Councilman Borton, were you look like you were,
Yeah, but I was just I can comment after the motion, but just some comment for Steve and the applicant, a couple of things. One, we're mindful of the multitude of variables that impact the relocation of individuals. And we're also mindful of the massive risk that you take in trying to get a project like this off the ground and do a rezone, and are appreciative of those efforts. I think it's a beautiful project with lots of challenges that we're wise to be cautious and appreciate your patience to make sure we don't get language that's well-intentioned, but actually screws it up and we're back trying to do a modification down the road. So again, just appreciate the work. Infill projects and rezones are tricky. This is one of them for sure. So I think what I heard us ask of you is, and I think a timeline exhibit would be helpful as well to illustrate what you've talked about with the rollout of phase 1 versus 2, where the lending gap prohibits advancing phase 2. I think that's going to help articulate the time frame that you're providing to these residents to prepare for relocation and however that might work. I think that will be helpful as well. Thanks.
and maybe just to help, are there any concerns with the underlying project the council would like to raise or make sure need to be addressed? I didn't really hear any other than lights on the pathway, but we are going to put this first. Just want to make sure that we are making sure everything's addressed coming back, or is it just the plan at this point in time the council's concerned about? I'm asking if you're to tell you how you're going to vote, but anything else specifically? Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I would move that we continue the public hearing for Promenade Cottage subdivision H 2022-0013 to June 20th.
A motion, a second, to continue the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Hi.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the item is continued. Just ask staff, next item looks pretty quick. Does that seem accurate? Okay, then we will go ahead and move on to item 5, which is public hearing for Sky Mesa Highlands subdivision number 1, H 2023-0024. We'll open the staff hearing with public comments.
All righty, the final application before you tonight is yes, I'm sure. Okay, is an easement vacation. This property is zoned R4 and is located at 6372 South Cabola Way. This property was platted as Lot 37, Block 1, Sky Mesa Highlands subdivision number 1. The applicant requests to vacate the southerly 0.5 feet of the 5-foot wide side yard utility easement along the northern boundary of lot 37, block 1. Property boundary adjustment was recently approved that shifted the northerly side property line 0.5 feet to the north. The applicant states there are no underground or overhead utilities in the subject easement area. Relinquishment letters have been received from all potential easement holders consenting to the partial vacation of the easement as proposed. Staff is recommending approval and no written testimony has been received on this application.
Thank you. Council, any questions for staff? Okay, is the applicant here? Would the applicant like to make any comments? Applicant has waived any comments. Is there anybody from the public who would like to make any comments? No one's online either, so that would be a no as well. Applicant waives final comments. Okay, council, what's your direction?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader,
I move that we close the public hearing.
Second.
a motion second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I'm straightforward. Thank you for hanging in this whole evening with us. We appreciate it. I'd like to make a motion after considering all staff, applicant testimony, non-testimony. I move to approve file number H 2023-0024 as presented in the staff report for today's hearing date.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strader,
Aye.
Overton,
Aye.
Burrow,
Aye.
Cavanagh, Borton.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries. The item is agreed to. Thank you. Have a good evening. Anything under future meeting topics? Or do I have a motion for item 6?
Mr. Mayor,
Oh,
I would move that we go into executive session per Idaho Code 74-2061J.
Second.
have a motion and a second to go into executive session. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strader,
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Burrow.
Aye.
Cavanagh.
Aye.
Borton.
Aye.
Oakland.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries, and we will go to executive session.